Above a post-apocalyptic wasteland is a city of towers, corrupted to its core. 5 people cast down from their homes now rise to defeat an ancient evil and undo a contract that would doom them all. This is Missed by One and Pathfinder 2nd Edition campaign called Starfall.
Welcome, everyone, to my game. I'm near the end of the day, Triz. Actually, my pronouns are they, them. Here are the 5 people who tolerate.
Hey, Dean Dorks. Name's Alex. I play Frey. Hey, Jessica. I know you're watching, babe.
Hi, I'm Emily. That's the English spelling, so like Emily Dickinson or Emily Bronte. And these are my friends.
What?
Hi, how are you? I'm Pedro, and my pronouns are green, they, and I'll be playing Hannigan.
You skipped.
What?
He's a bit out. My name is Edvard. I will be playing the dwarven beastkin druid, Ibor. Speaking of druids...
Live from Stockholm, Sweden. This is Missed by One.
So that is why Bodka really should have won.
Welcome to episode 15 of Missed by One. Thank you for entertaining us. Yeah, episode 15.
I'm just here for the eatables.
The what? Yeah, the edibles?
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
I think he's doing the thing, yes.
Today will be the last day that we stream for the year. We're going to go on break for a while afterwards. As usual, I would love to give a lovely shout out to the artist who helped put all of this together. We have Caleb Arbor, who did the background art behind me, and the other players, the stream overlay. I'm the one who did the horrific logo.
I think you mean fantastic.
Of course.
It's beautiful.
It is beautiful. As well as the music that we use on stream.
He
shout
made
out
that,
to Andreas. So instead of doing the usual recap, where I ask my players and they scramble to figure out what the fuck happened last session, instead, I'm going to recap through a vision. A certain character has gonna just suddenly clip into music. I think it's this one.
He just got terrible diarrhea and had to go.
He decided Ibor needed guidance. He felt lost and unsure about certain things, and he needed to just reconnect and try to connect to the primordial circle, try to contact Kagrad. Problem is, although you were unaware of it at the time, you are incredibly close to a planar confluence. Confluence? Confluence. Where the planes meet.
Confluence, yeah.
Yeah, confluence.
Actually,
Actually,
confluence is a confusion.
this is the most uncomfortable attire I have ever worn in my life.
It's fine.
You are incredibly close to where the plane of shadow is bleeding into material world as a sort of reaction to the broken reality. The fact that the barriers between the gates to the afterlife have been effectively glued, have been shut and barred. So as a natural reaction to that, every now and then the shadow plane will leak into reality.
Did this world get blocked on Twitter by the afterlife?
Yeah. They were like, no, we don't want to hear it anymore. Blocked. At first it was shadow banned.
I was just expecting you to say Musk.
Elon Musk has banned this now. That's when you know you're bad. Anyway.
No,
That's
brilliant.
that's how you know you got him.
Yeah. True.
So, with that in mind, Ibor, you find a secluded spot kind of away from the party as they rest for the night. And you sit down. You close your eyes, but you open your mind. Roots, figuratively, grow around you as you feel yourself connected to the earth. As you begin to sort of open up that font within you and connect to just nature. And
The primal soul of the world.
yeah. And there's something wrong immediately. You immediately lose control, and you can't direct the energy. You can't pull yourself out. You are stuck now in this sort of trance. As
Annoying.
darkness eats at the very edges of your mind, and your worldview begins to shift,
Huh.
and you get a vision.
Alright.
It begins with a perspective close to the ground. You are looking up. There's a weapon in your hand. It is a nightstick. Before you is a foe that towers above you over perhaps 10 times your own size. A lengthy bone creature of nightmares looming over you. The only emotions you feel are an intense fear coursing through your body and the intense desire to protect the younger ones behind you, those who still have so much to live for. Before a shadow falls over you and pain racks your body as you are lifted out from the ground and then crushed about 10 feet in the air. You feel your bones cracking, your insides rupturing, and then you fall limp on the floor.
Hypervent limp.
He never did before.
And in that instant, as your broken form hits the ground, your perspective shifts again. You see Frey. From the perspective of Frey. As he charges this enemy, roaring in rage, swinging his weapon against it to no avail. Before the horrific feeling of having your head ripped from your body consigns you to oblivion. Your perspective shifts again to someone dragging away, and again, vision very close to the ground, dragging away the broken corpse of Hannigan, leaving a trail of gristle and blood behind as he's sobbing uncontrollably, trembling with fear. And he stands up to go and try to help Cassius before a stone box apparates around him and he is pierced by many stone spikes like an Iron Maiden, crumbling dead to the ground. Your perspective shifts once more through the eyes of someone who has been terrified from the beginning, rooted with fear, paralyzed. Cassius watching all of his friends die before him one by one, rooted in fear and unable to do anything. Ida standing fearlessly against this creature, in appearance perhaps, but you can see her trembling form and the tremor in her voice as she tries to confront this creature with words. It ignores her, walks past, lifts you, and tears you in half. And then you see from the quivering, terrified expression, but also filled with unabated anger, you see from Ida's eyes, as she is lifted, her body in terrible pain as this creature is squeezing the life out of her. But she decides she's not going to give it the satisfaction. As a bottle touches your lips and the flavor of ozone overwhelms your mouth before your insides are completely fried and you explode in pain. And then your perspective. You are standing in this room filled with coffins, evenly spaced throughout this room. Unable to move, unable to speak. As its bony hands reach towards you and continue to reach towards you, even as the tips of its fingers touches your eyes and then pierces past to pierce through the backside of your head. And as your world grows dark, there's a sudden, like tear almost. Like something else tried to intervene and only now finally got through the cracks in this illusion and tore you out of this vision as a sudden warmth begins to bloom in your chest. Sudden shift of music, gotta love it. A sudden bloom in your chest, warm, loving, caring, but impartial. Warmth floods you. You can't see anything, but you feel warm, cozy, safe. And you break your shell. You feel your roots expanding in rich soil. The nutrients available as you absorb it into yourself. And almost like a sped up, a time lapse of a plant growing, you feel every stage of the growth of this plant until you bloom. And looking at this flower, suddenly you gain vision again. A sort of weird, ethereal, third-person vision almost.
Out of body experience a bit.
Yeah, exactly. As you look into the eyes of an eagle. It looks at you, and then it swaps its wing around you, cloaking you, and hugging you close.
Goals.
And then you wake up. Your body sore. Kind of sore in the way that you are accustomed to. It is battle worn. You've taken a few beatings at some point, but you've healed through it. You feel roughed up, but alive. Your typical day-to-day, as if you had been through a fight. Because you don't wake up where you sat down.
Huh.
You wake up where you had been setting yourself up to sleep in Survivor's Stand. Oh. There's evidence of blood on your equipment. Fresh enough to suggest that you might have been guided back home. Well, home. Back here, in your state. And then patched yourself up.
Right. Oh, that's fine. Huh. So that's like basically a dream walking.
Pretty much, yeah. But you wake up to the same sound everyone else does in this town. The sudden ringing of bells. Going to suddenly shift the music again. We'll fix this later on.
Later TM.
A later TM.
We'll
in
fix
January.
it in post. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
What post? Anyway. The sound of ringing bells wakes everyone up.
Us too?
Yes. Everyone in town. The constant ding, 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 urgent ringing bells. And the sounds of people moving, the sudden move, like the town just exploding into life. Now that so many people had returned from digging the way to the Primordial Grove, the town is now flush with people, and there is a huge commotion outside as bells are ringing of warning, and people are gearing up, moving around, shouting orders. Orders are conflicting with each other. People are in a bit of panic as you sort of wake up bleary-eyed, having barely been able to process what just happened to you all the previous night or the previous few days. As do you guys head down to the bottom floor of the tavern?
Oh, of course, yeah. Like, I just gonna... Every time you see Ida waking up, it just doesn't look like she has slept at all. Like, it's just... She's just clad, and the bags are still there no matter how much, actually.
That'll solve that.
Cassius is very slowly going to get up and slowly wander down.
Thank you. Yeah. Fuck.
Ivor is gonna...
Obtaining water. This is a reminder to hydrate. You dehydrated fucks.
This is a reminder to gyrate on your friends and family.
Look at
No, on your loved ones.
The lovely hand of Diego entering.
I'll have to crawl.
Friends and family.
I don't think you
Gyration.
can really.
No, nothing wrong with bouncing with a boy stick, you know. Casually.
You can do it at the same time with your friends and your family.
I love how no one on stream is able to see the fact that Diego just had to like crawl on the
Commander
floor.
crawl.
To not go in front of the camera.
Even though you can clearly just go right next to it.
Yep.
Revealing an ally's position is actually very dangerous.
Like in the Battle of Leipzig.
I'm going to. This was a mistake.
So, I think Hannigan actually sleeps in the bar. So, like, maybe not behind the counter, but like behind the counter.
Yeah, like shoved away underneath one of the things. He just appears.
Yep.
Rolls out of a cupboard.
Very. Fuck. That's what that word.
Unhygienic.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Unhinged.
It's very unhinged. He is unhinged.
very
I'll give you that.
unhinged.
Yes.
I mean,
I
you're
can't
doing the
keep
part
this
of the
up, I'm
stoner
sorry.
very well, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just lost that word. I was like, what the? I know exactly how it sounds. I just can't pronounce it for some reason right now.
Can I get a glass, by the way?
Oh,
Yeah. Just
Yes.
take glasses and pass them down.
Problem is,
Take the glass and pass it around.
I didn't have enough reach to really do anything with my glasses.
right.
Sorry
you need
about
to do
that.
some cardio,
Yeah,
bro.
fellas. Did you?
Just mouth breathe whenever we're talking.
I hate that I am actually a mouth breather because I can't breathe through my nose properly. I need to get it.
I've
zapped.
learned mouth breathing through playing Hannigan. That's just...
breathing through your nose is way better than breathing through your mouth. So please learn to breathe through your nose.
I'm trying. Like,
Yeah, it moisturizes the
It's
air
not
on its
easy.
way
Yeah,
down.
and it helps your lung.
It's way healthier to breathe through your nose. I know,
Yeah.
but I have like it's difficult to get air through my nose because of.
It also
Anyway.
has
In
additional...
case this is your first
Actual
episode,
game.
we're actual nerds as well.
Yeah, no, like we're not cosplaying. This is just like this is my actual everyday attire.
We're cosplaying as our actual
I
persona.
cosplay as a normie normally.
Yeah.
The word normie gives me commitment.
I know.
You guys
right?
had
It
in-depth
hurts.
discussion on like
Nasty.
programming languages right before this.
Yeah. So, a commotion is spreading throughout the tavern because other people also begin to make their way down because the tavern got populated. Amaranth and Maranth are not down here. They seem to have already left to go check out what the commotion was. People have begun flooding out, and you guys kind of get like shepherded with them or herded along with them in the commotion. As you kind of come to a crowd of people standing around. The first thing you notice, though, between pretty much everyone notices this, is that the barriers are down. The illusionary barriers are no longer up.
Intentionally, I hope, because we did not just spend a whole, like, week fisting a fucking tumor schlong and for them to break it this early.
Well, I mean, Amaranth and Miranda is fairly like knowledgeable about stuff. We could just ask them about it.
Speaking of which, you see those two sort of watching over the scene that is before you, that the crowd is gathered around. There are several dead figures of humanoids around the device that maintained the barrier.
Dead figures?
Dead figures.
Ooh.
All of them in the same sort of get-up. Armor not usual to this area at all. You've never seen this garb before, even. Its design is just not something you've encountered before.
Can I approach it without anyone stopping me and just kneel and see, like, how did they die?
Everyone's kind of shell-shocked. So, like, no one really stops you. No one has... Everyone's kind of like... It's that, like, breathless anticipation of, like, well, what now?
What do we do now?
What do we do now? Because Amaranth and Ranth are frantically looking over the device with growing impatience and, like, anger. Because the crystal, the soul gem, had been shattered.
Oh, the one that we got?
Yes.
The massive... Okay.
There is...
Rude.
It was cracked in half, and in one of the halves is a dagger that seems to be polluting the rest of the gem with some sort of dark miasma within it. And the device itself is irreparably damaged. There are several blades sticking out of it, arrows.
Several blades.
I'm just thinking like this car engine and then just fucking blades.
Yeah.
No, it's like they found spots where they could wedge the blade and cut, like, sever connections and stuff like that, and, like, break things apart or pull things apart, pretty much.
So it's basically looks basically like a sea urchin with how many blades in it.
I was about to say Caesar's back. but
Caesar's back is more apt. It's pretty
Hannigan
fair,
is
though.
gonna pass off his like half-drunk bitter schnapps bottle off to a random bystander, like, you're gonna need this. Then he's gonna go, oh, no! And run up to the corpse of the crystal and say, my money, my investment.
While he's doing a Mr.
Yeah.
Krabs, with forensic acumen, I'm gonna say you don't need to check to find out how these people died.
Yeah.
And there's one thing that you immediately notice, with or without medicine, that is very weird about these people. None of these corpses have faces.
Oh.
I'm gonna just sort of roll one over, and probably the people around standing flinches.
They all go like and step back as you reveal a body who has a complete blank, like, skin over. There's no sockets, nothing. It's like a mask of skin almost.
Yeah, just stretched over a skull. And she's sort of like, the only noticeable change is that her eyebrows slightly furrows. She starts mumbling, like,
How do they
oh,
breathe?
that's fascinating.
Frey's only just woken up and he's kind of walking down the stairs, eyeing up the situation. And
Oh
it's
no,
kind of-
you guys kind of got, like, funneled out pretty much the moment you went downstairs, because
Ah,
so many
okay.
people are flooding out of the tavern.
Okay.
So there isn't really... you're still probably bleary-eyed, but you got carried away with the crowd. The generator was in the center of the town. And
Isn't it too early for you, Doctor, to start cutting stuff already?
Holding a scalpel, like, I'm awake, haven't I?
How can you be so
However-
casual? Our wallets are crying.
The way they died
You got paid. What do
is
you
very
mean?
interesting. There's no external signs of damage. There's no signs of poisoning. There's no evidence that they had anything that would kill them outright. Nor is there any real evidence of magic being used to kill them. It's more
Right.
like something... Their hearts just suddenly stopped.
Like flesh puppets that have, like, when they done they thing, they just
Yeah.
Marionettes that were dropped, pretty much. Especially with the way they're laying. They're not laying in a natural way that someone would have fallen if they were hit by something. They all seem like they collapsed
That
on the
literally
spot.
just fell back.
Skyrim Ragdoll.
they just T-pose and then dropped.
One of them is like violently shaking.
His hands clipped into the ground, and you just hear the source engine.
Oh fuck! They stole
Collision
my
sound,
Gmod physics.
All right, but does it, like, literally look like? If I pick up and, like, take one of their arms, is there any rigor mortis, or is there even joints, like, in there? Is it just? Does it feel like an actual body?
It does feel like an actual body.
All right, so
This is a
they were likely alive at some point. They were not manufactured. And that's
You're not too certain. Yeah, they haven't been put together, as in
They haven't been
in that sense.
grafted.
Exactly. There's no grafting here. These are bodies.
their body.
What size are they? Medium or are they like?
They're pushing the boundaries of a small creature. The thing that is sort of remarkable about it is that you suspect that when the crystal was shattered, you don't really think that these were intended to be dropped here, because there's evidence. You pick this up, Cassius and Frey. You to a different degree. You don't pick it up quite in the same sense that they do.
I am probably... Cassius is probably not picking this up. Right?
Okay. Fair.
So probably...
Frey, yeah.
Frey, you notice that there's evidence of magic is kind of like inherent in the world at this point, where pretty much everything has a little bit of magic in it. You suspect that them breaking the gem likely overloaded the area with magic, which ended up purging everything.
Okay.
So they got dispelled?
You
or?
suspect that they got dispelled in some manner, and or their control was simply overridden by the amount of magic.
Defense mechanism of the device, perhaps, or
More just, if you break something that's got energy in it, it will release that energy.
right?
So it's more like breaking a Rupert drop, where it just explodes.
Or the fucking statue we found where I want the gems!
Yeah.
Because they shove a sword into an engine that's running, you're bound to get like a piston like flying through your head or
Pretty
something.
much. The energy that got exploded didn't really destroy much, but it oversaturated everything, likely to the point of like overriding anything that was originally there. So if like there was a magical door that would open or close, if it got hit by that, it would just stop working because it got overloaded. It would like fry it, pretty much. It's more like an EMP. It's a magical EMP. Now that I think about it, that is quite literally what it is. A magical EMP that leaves lasting damage.
If there was a magical door that opened closed, if it got hit by magical EMP, would it stay closed or would it be open?
Permanently open.
Just like my legs.
It depends on what state it was in.
Probably, unless magic is like holding it up somehow.
Well, I didn't mean like a door standing on its own. I was like giving an example of like if it was in a room with magic doors.
But I'm just thinking through the. If you make
It would be permanently unlocked, I think.
Yes.
Okay. If you have a door and then you somehow make you. Because if your castle gets hit by a magical EMP, you want it to be closed, right? So how do you design a door that automatically closes itself when it's hit by a magical EMP?
That's true.
You force it open with magic.
Welcome to role-playing games. We just spend a lot of time discussing scenarios that are not actually happening.
Because I imagine
But
it's
if
like
they were
magnetic
happening-
doors, right? They just like...
Yeah. So you just want them.
Oh, you know what? You have weights.
Yes.
Yeah.
So just a normal door without any magic.
Shut up.
The
Five Nights
it's a
at Freddy
fail
door.
save.
Oh my god, I knew someone.
Actually, you're thinking of a portcullis.
Yeah,
I did
portcullis,
that
yeah.
cognitive dissonance right there. Just,
Hannigan is going to wipe his tears, walk past you guys, take back his slightly lighter bottle of bitter schnapps, because I imagine someone took a swig,
oh yeah.
and walk back and say, why didn't we install an alarm or something around the thing, man?
Noel's
I'm
mic is
not-
being fucky apparently.
Is it? Hello?
Hallå? Hallå? 1, 2, 3.
Do we have a roadie on the way in?
Looks fine.
It's on.
Yeah, sure, whatever isn't inspiring confidence, I'm sorry.
Don't worry.
And anyways, as someone passes behind me, hello, Clark. We barely made back 1,000 gold from this fucking trash crystal. We should have had an alarm or anything. What even are these? These ascended or like?
You ever seen an extended like these before, Hannigan? They're obviously something else.
Yeah, well, we haven't seen every ascended now, have we?
Okay, look here. In my professional opinion, are they ascended?
No.
These are not
However,
ascended.
Those of you who have underworld lore or society can roll me a check.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
All
Society.
right, cool. Do you want to roll first?
Yeah, no.
I might have underworld lore.
These are like.
Cool. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, +8.
Oh.
Wow. 16. Did I feel it? You're not allowed to say that I feel.
Oh my god, did you see
Fantastic.
that was an
Well done.
18 rolling over to 2? That's not great. That's actually really
that a
not.
2?
Yeah, that's
Is that
a
not
2.
a 1? Oh no, it's a 2.
Oh,
yeah.
it's a 2. Oh man, my new dice. One of my new dice.
Of
betrayed
course,
me.
yeah, because
Okay, lore underworld, so that's a 12.
So 16 is the highest.
Can I?
Mm-hmm.
Are you two discussing this?
I'm just looking at him. I'm
Okay.
having my
Yeah, I'm
first
also looking at
first gander.
So you look at these these things, and the first word that pops up in your mind is faceless. Faceless, the faceless. And a memory stirs that was kind of buried by the brand, kind of digs through the fog in your brain. And you can't recall any details about it, but you remember there was a feared organization that just kind of did whatever the fuck it wanted in the underworld. No one could control them. They just kind of did what they wanted, fucked off. And no one is really sure what they're after or what they do. But there's some kind of organization that uses faceless, like, puppets to do its bidding. But other than that, there's just not... It's very vague. You haven't really encountered them before. You just heard rumors of them.
This reminds me of that conspiracy theory I heard back in 45. About,
of course you'd believe in those as well, yeah.
I didn't say I believed in them, I said I hide them. What I'm saying is, have you ever heard of, like, faceless men who stalk in the night and
The
turn your
boogeyman,
crop? But no! Boogeymans have faces. I like the faceless and the mysterious, and they, like, steal your shit and kill your investors and stuff.
Faceless?
Faceless.
I'm going to
Faceless?
roll a gossip lore.
Yes!
Here we go.
Because
Local
that can
Dan.
count as
A
any lore, any
yeah.
specific lore check. So I'm just going to make a lore check on the faceless because I have that.
Yeah? Go for it. What did you roll?
17.
17.
If you count that as a specific lore, I think that's a +2.
Yeah. You would get a little bit. You would actually get a little bit more information. You kind of remember your father talking about them at some point. The memory again kind of drudges up out of the fogginess that the brand left behind. And you remember him talking about this group that kept like getting in the way of things and seemed to be manipulating the scenes for chaos, but he can't figure out what they're after or what they want. But these faceless figures that just kind of go in and mess with things behind the scenes, and no one is really sure what they're after or what they want or what they're doing. They're very confusing to deal with, especially when people are so used to organized crime. These guys seem to hit things at random for fun.
Unorganized crime.
They're very unorganized, seemingly.
Messy crime.
Very messy.
Organized and
No,
unorganized crime.
And because they
I
use
mean,
puppets,
there's a huge difference.
they
in,
don't
like,
really give a shit about being caught.
Right.
Depression room.
I suppose
crime.
this would be nothing that Eyeball would have encountered either.
No.
No.
Especially not.
I hate that I have specifically lore underworld and I rolled a 2. Goddamn.
It is pain.
But
It is
isn't your
pain.
background like doctor?
Back alley doctor. You have to get up to some shady dealings, you know, when living in the
The butt doctor.
scaffolding.
Yeah,
Sorry,
true.
I had to.
It's even lower down than the suds, which should tell you something.
Yeah.
Butt doctor.
Not even I would touch the scaffoldings, man. They kind of suck.
Okay, we don't have to go
We
quite
don't talk
that
about
far.
the scaffolding.
Because you shut up.
You can't talk about the scaffolding. You didn't know it was there until she came around. You hiding Titan, rootin' Titan man.
I mean, if there was, then the hell is the second level called?
The media.
The media?
He doesn't even know what the fuck the media is.
Oh my goodness.
Alta Media Sudicio.
There are more levels now.
Oh my god.
More than the top.
You're
You're just realizing that there's a world outside of the United States?
Fuck me moving to Sweden. But yeah. What do you mean it's not a frozen wasteland full of polar bears?
Sweden.
I mean, I'm sure they have like chocolates and like
70%.
clocks too, right?
Yeah, of
That's
course.
a Swedish thing.
The flag is a big plus.
Yeah. Oh yeah, in Sweden, where they both speak German and French, right? And a little bit of Italian, I think.
What?
Yeah, Sweden.
We're making fun
Oh.
of people who think that Sweden is Switzerland. That's an
Oh.
American thing.
It's
No,
yeah.
but Switzerland is the German name for Sweden. What are you talking about? Just like Dutch land for Germany.
Did you know that the Pope actually has warriors from Swiss?
That's the name
I
for
don't
fucking
have an
Norway.
IRL interrupts Edward nerd moment button. So
We should just get you an air horn. Like, hi, do you know?
only us can hear
Swiss
it
is just
too.
a place from Welcome to Night Vale. What are you talking about?
So
Oh, good podcast though.
Yeah.
people are
Night,
the commotion is slowly beginning, like as people are witnessing this, people are beginning to talk amongst each other, and like a clamor begins as usual when there's a lot of people in one place. Both Amaranth and Maranth are like, they've basically been going through a successive line of swear words that started in like the regional common, and it's so far ended in like long forgotten dwarven, like
Are they doing it alphabetically as well?
pretty much like they're going through the whole list of swear words possible in multiple languages. They're even beginning to use phrases now because they've run out of singular words.
They've cast tongues, but just for Urban Dictionary.
Cassius is going to try to put on a bit of a smile, and then he's going to begin to walk up towards Amaranth and Maranth.
Frey's gonna. He doesn't like. He's noticed that there's quite a lot of people here, and he's gonna kind of like pull back a bit into the crowd.
How bad is it?
It's irreparable. We don't have anyone who can fix this. There's no one who can fuse the gem back together. There's no one who could fix the device. We're fucked. We can't stay here so close to.
Okay, so we can't fix it. It is irreparably damaged. Was it the elf?
Pardon? No. I don't think so.
I just. I'm sorry. I'm a bit stressed.
No.
I was hoping for a retirement by now.
So are a lot of people, I imagine.
I just remember seeing him yesterday, and he was very angry that you wanted to. Whatever.
No, there's a group of people here who don't really feel that a rebellion against Idrenados is possible, and they'd rather just eke out a living here, but they'd never stoop this low to endanger everyone. The safety is what they're after. I don't. Plus, these creatures, I don't think Barden could command. He's a former mercenary.
I think those are part of the Faceless. I don't know much about them. Some criminal group from Adrenados.
I thought they were just boogeymen.
Part of Upper Society know about them, but mostly rumors and gossip.
That's. Well, first things first, we're gonna have to pack up and likely transport everything, as much as we can carry,
To the Grove, right?
to the Grove. It'll be safer there anyway, but I was really hoping not to have to move. The travel will be slowed immensely. It'll take us maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks to reach. And we have a lot of people who can't defend themselves down here anymore. They could when they got here, but they've since aged or otherwise been maimed.
I am going to grab my flask of fellowship, pour up 3 drinks, hand 2 of them to each of them.
Oh, they just down it. They know what this is, so they're going for it.
Single best investment I've done.
I'm going
You
to.
used it a lot. I thought it was like a single-use thing.
No, it's infinite.
Well,
Wonderful.
Well, like once per
whatever.
impression. But if you're not using it to impress, you can just drink from it.
I'm gonna waddle over. Hannigan is gonna waddle over and say,
let's do some inventory before we decide to go all gung ho, manifesting our destiny downwards into whatever the fuck is down there. Do we have enough protection for something like that, or what if we run into a hive? What if they've made a hive on the way?
We don't have any security that is not. We're uncertain if that hasn't happened. It's unlikely because the passageway is almost entirely artificial and there's only really one way in and out. We had to create this tunnel a long time ago, but it only recently collapsed. Like a month before you guys got down here, there was a huge earthquake and it toppled half the tunnel. So we had to spend a long time digging it back out. That's why the town was mostly empty when you guys arrived. Most people were digging and keeping it safe. We have enough people to perhaps protect if something happened, but if we run into a nest, that's...
I mean, I think we are owed at least some firepower from the handsome dwarf and his friends. We seeing as we're leaving anyways.
Ida's gonna join the gathering at this point. And he sort of asks, how about sending in an elite force first? Just move through the tunnel, clear everything, and then send message back. So that the sick, the wounded, the old or the young can, get through.
You're talking about
relative
us, aren't you?
Look,
I'm very hesitant to send any force ahead of us.
and if it was a voluntary group?
Because I'm mostly hesitant because if we did run into some sort of problem, what if, they attack us from behind while the elite force is gone?
Hear Frey whispering from among the crowd.
Shut up! Shut up! Who are you whispering towards?
It's her.
Just loudly.
Shut up!
Stage whisper.
Look here.
That's what I mean. That an elite force could go down there. You guys would have some gunpowder. These guys, they've got shotgun shields. I mean, they've got shotgun cocks, probably. They're like.
Are you talking about the force you met in the dwarven ruin?
Yeah, they owe us a little bit, but
Have they come this way?
We've gotten a messenger from them once or twice while you guys were away.
Yeah.
Just for some correspondence, but thankfully we can speak their tongue through magic, so there's no issues of communication.
Yeah, it's fine. I can speak it very easy. Well, the point is, you guys should seek out their help, especially if an elite force, whoever that is, ends up heading down. Because, here's the kicker, I think that even if an elite force would stay with us, if the ass people find us, they're going to get like a 50% kill rate. At the best of times. Y'all need backup. Like, we can get out of Dodge reasonably. Maybe you can, but like a lot of the random people here are gonna get mited.
How about a compromise? If you guys stay just maybe an hour, 2 hours ahead of us, that should give you ample time to be able to run back and warn us if something happens.
Look here. Cassius, I know your feelings on...
I don't want to...
Well, no, actually, I don't know your feelings whatsoever. But I can imagine that you're very hesitant considering what just happened. Set yourself out there again.
I don't want to talk. I don't want to pull this up so recently, but this elite force, gesturing towards the group, died last time we were out.
We perished in a separate dimension. I'm pretty sure it was a more of an experience of death rather than an actual death.
I am quite certain that we actually died.
Wait. Is that what happened to you?
We died.
Did
You do not want to know about it, trust me.
You ran into the coffin maker.
The coffin maker?
The coffee maker?
The corpse collector.
Yeah, the coffin maker. It's a very particular corpse collector. We didn't think that they were anywhere near us. Last time we encountered the soul takers was several miles off to the other.
No.
Well, he wants to be left alone. I'm pretty sure we made that clear between us.
Yeah, we did.
Might have been why there was an X on the map, now that I think about it. Point is...
We've encountered them several times before. Most parties that run into them always survive, but have nightmares for years to come.
Thanks for the heads up.
We had no reason to suspect that they had come so close to us.
Yeah, we were scouting, dickhead. How were they supposed to know before us? Why would we be there if they knew?
If they've run into him before, they could have given us that information when they told us there was a corpse collector in that area.
We've also run into a lot of normal corpse collectors at the same time. There's a lot of shit down here.
I don't know what the difference is. Yo,
All I know is that the area around the grove is considered to be relatively safe compared to where we are now. Survivor's Stand was supposed to be a temporary outpost that we put together to gather people who survive being tossed down in the pits with our various agents. You've met one of them before, Del.
Yes.
Maybe not our best stealthy agent, but he is.
He does his best.
He's recently come back. I think he's dealing with, he's in the infirmary helping morale out right now.
Right, he's one of them healers as well.
He's playing music, lullabies for the people who are critically wounded.
Oh, right, he's a
Ferret's
xylophone too.
Inconsolable since he got here.
Well, we might have died last time, but I'd like to believe we didn't even have a running chance in that battle.
So, how do you know that we will have a chance next time?
I don't. But listen, buddy, you never do. I've been in these kinds of situations before, and the best thing I can give you is people came up through that tunnel. We'd be fine walking down.
And they brought supplies with them from the grove.
Meaning they've been there?
You have been there?
No,
They have been there.
Barden and Kiri have both been down there.
Cassius. You had magic.
That was useless.
In that one particular instance, but what about the other battles you've come victorious out from?
It only takes one bad fight to die.
You know, it just takes one unlucky fall to die. It only takes one, something going wrong in your body, and all of a sudden, your heart stops.
I had a friend who died from a cold once.
Kill you?
He was fine one day, and next day, bam, pneumonia.
The point is, you never know. Would you rather just stay here behind and live out the rest of your life, I assume, in just some unnamed cave?
If you would all rather travel with us, that's perfectly fine too. I'm relatively certain that the way forward is mostly safe, and if not, I can guarantee that we at least won't run into anything that requires time to establish.
Listen, Cassius,
Nest take
I'm gonna be honest
months.
with you. they are the ones in danger here, because we're running ahead of the pack. If the ass people find out that the walls are down, they're gonna head for the people in the back first. Because they don't think that far.
I've already sent Barden and Kiri out to start packing things up and getting people ready to go.
Yeah, so if we do scouting ahead, we're actually in an advantageous position.
Can you roll diplomacy against me?
I don't have that skill, mate. What I can do is
Deception.
I can probably deceive you if you'd like,
I don't.
but I don't think that's what I'm doing.
No, I
give me
wouldn't say
the
that.
thing.
Because you're not lying right now.
Oh shit.
That is a 25.
Shit. Has a natural 19.
That's not bad.
That's not too shabby.
Too shabby.
Yeah, that succeeds.
Yeah.
Cassius feels a little bit better.
At least a flame under his house. I mean, I can't.
Fine, I will go with you.
You know what? We're gonna have an awesome time. You're gonna enjoy it. We're gonna have fireside talks, and we're gonna burn some marshmallows, and then we're gonna have deep talks, working through the trauma we've accumulated. It's just like prison.
I'm sorry?
It's nothing. I'm not going to talk to you about this.
What do you know about prison?
Well, he's probably had to be in the same room as his mother more than one time. I'd consider that prison as well.
From aura alone, that's not entirely wrong. Her mother feels like a constant prison warden at all
Mommy.
times.
No, that's another type of warden. Let's not.
That's not a prison, that's a dungeon.
Alex is trying not to get aroused at this very moment.
Absolutely.
That's why he's looking
Every
down.
second I am in this game, all the time.
Every time.
Thank God the dragons are dead. Am I right?
We
We have
never.
established that I will never go limp, so
No one at this table is ever limp, except for my soul. Now you've got you're packing the biggest of us all. What do you mean? Anyway, so the sort of parting the crowd, because the parts of the crowd are now starting to actually like leave because people are shouting orders to people, and they're moving stuff now. Sort of floating through the crowd and naturally creating like a parting the Red Sea because no one wants to get too close to whatever the fuck it is. The golden automaton sort of floats up.
Oh, right. Ammon, right?
Yeah.
Does anyone have a pen?
Technically
Thanks.
4N-4M.
Right.
Unit. Nah.
Oh, it's form
Absolute
fun.
unit.
wait, I'm gonna
Form form.
because Ivor has kind of been standing in the crowd, but still
Yeah.
outside. So he's been listening in, but haven't really decided to step in because
He's gloating.
shit has been happening.
Yeah.
And it's gonna roll a quick stealth check here.
And you're still like low-key processing the fact that you got killed 6 different times.
Yeah, exactly. So Ivor is a bit out of it right now, and it's gonna. Okay,
Didn't I put a pencil
so
somewhere here? I could've
how
sworn I
easy
had
would
a
it
tip.
be, considering the crowds are dispersing?
Yeah, slowly.
Yeah, and I got a. What would that be? That would be 24 in stealth. Would I still be hidden? With dispersing crowds, just by standing in the crowd, not actively hiding away, but just standing in the crowds, that sort of thing.
Let me double check. I really wish that my browser didn't have to refresh every time I open shit. Yeah, no one really notices you.
Right.
You've kind of blended in. There are other people who look relatively druidic as well in the crowd, so. Because of the shroom druids.
Right.
Shroom druids.
Shroom.
They're like the most neutral force TM. They don't give a shit. They're like, why would I try to destroy society when it'll just inevitably crumble to the Mushroom Empire?
So you're saying
The
that
ever-growing-
shroom druids are very chill with everything?
Yeah.
Like, super chill?
Super lax. They
Noel,
don't
what do you think about
really
that?
care.
Radical.
Yes! We did it. We got it. I don't know where it went. I had a pencil that had a tip. Someone broke
Just a tip?
just the tip.
Yeah,
I don't.
just a tip.
You can borrow this meanwhile.
Thank you.
I don't have to fucking twist my back
Right.
constantly.
So, motion is So Anam floats forward and goes. This unit has.
And off screen, a pen just flies. Amazing.
Pen. Wait. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you're not showing up.
Yeah, the
on
camera thing is not on me.
I think I heard you in the little room, though.
Oh wait, it might be because you were away last time, so it wasn't set up.
Might be.
But it should be set up.
You do not exist, my friend. Good job.
Like the camera thing above.
We have it set so that it automatically will.
Wait. Can't you just like scoot into frame with me? Hello.
There we go.
So whenever you talk, I'm just gonna give up.
Fair enough.
Finns det
No
rum?
harm.
Finns det kvartrum?
Yes.
If there's heart room, there's butt room.
Can I get the,
Yep.
please?
There's room
Yeah.
in your heart. There's room for your ass.
I'm
That's
writing my
the
own character.
Probably better.
Yeah, that's
yeah
right.
the translation.
I actually
looking
don't
at
have
you,
money
Shab.
paper.
Put your ass in my. Put your heart in my ass.
Phrase.
Just stop.
I tuned in at the wrong fucking moment.
I tuned out for the whole thing.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
As,
I just heard "put your heart in my ass."
Yeah, Tristan, you need to be more on it because otherwise we're just going to talk
Yeah.
about.
I'm
So-
trying. I am.
You're trying to be on my ass.
If I could reach out fucking strongly, you piece of shit.
It was a strategic choice to just put me right here.
Strangle barrier.
This unit had intended to inform you in the morning of of the services I can provide. However, this unit senses that timing is perhaps not the best. Shall I wait?
Which unit are you talking about?
This unit, and it sort of
Yeah, use first-person pronouns, asshole. Otherwise, I'm just
Well,
gonna
it's
think you're
not-
talking about your dick or something.
You see, it's the golden one. Remember?
I know, it's his funky little buddy.
And then I slap it on the crotch.
ding.
This unit, and I'm pointing still at it. This unit creeps me the fuck out.
This unit does not contain genitalia.
Use I or I, me
fuck.
pronouns right now, motherfucker. I'm going to shank you.
Well, it's not the unit talking in of itself. The unit is just a projection. Am I getting this right? I've never met an automaton before.
I think that it is it's not a projection of him. It's just
It's just
an autonomous
Well, in that case.
unit.
This unit is programmed to act as a servitude for whoever is designated as.
Kids these days can just identify as whatever they fucking want, huh? You want to identify as a unit. I want to identify as a fucking billy stick. Start saying me.
Can I?
Me and I.
This
They.
unit is
Who's they?
unable. This unit is unable to alter verbal protocols.
Oh,
Question. Can I try to see if it has a soul?
Wow, that's a deep question.
No, because you don't possess any spells that would let you do so.
Can't you just nature magic? No.
I mean,
No.
this thing's an automaton, so it's immediately an unnatural creature.
Fair.
And
I'm going to
Arcana
use
or-
nature to identify this
an
mechanical device.
I don't know, soul stuff, kind of
And
maybe natural.
Arcana,
There's a
I have
spell
a
for that.
question. How much
Okay.
from like knife to society of an anathema is this thing?
Yeah, that's what he's trying to figure out.
Oh, this thing is horrific. Like, even if it had a soul, this thing is horrific. In fact, having a soul might have made it worse. If you would know or not.
He's not having any of this. He's had enough. He hasn't even had breakfast yet, and already it's like a million things.
Yeah.
He's just gonna, as the crowd start moving, he's gonna kind of.
This
Disperse
whole
with them.
thing is just like me showing that no matter what you're going through, the world's just going to keep moving on around you, and it's just going to get more stressful. So,
And he's
fuck you,
gonna go
I
in
guess.
and get breakfast and let them handle that right now.
You know what? Seeing Frey go away, I'm just fucking going to follow you.
And he talks to you.
All right, you. This unit. That's you, right?
This unit's designation is codename Anam.
Okay. You start using pronouns, I start using your name, dickhead. Alright. This unit is going to help us pack our shit while we go deal with trauma. Is this unit okay with that?
This unit will obey.
Huh? Good boy. I patted on its crotch again.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, those ferrets.
Yeah.
It's like a 6-foot creature that's just kind of like, sort of floating in the air, just like a few, just like an inch or so.
Then it is the only thing he can reach,
Yes.
the fucking cross.
It's like ding, 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 ding.
I literally
There's
have
no reaction,
I
though.
have the image of Hannigan like on his tiptoes doing this.
I wanna specify that this creature, this construct, looks like a suit of armor designed for a actual stick figure. Like it's very slim. Have you ever played? I guess none of you.
Old stick figure games.
No, I was thinking of one of the helmets in fucking Elden Ring. It's just this really skinny head that would
Leiden-
crush your head
Leiden
putting it
Knights,
on.
yeah.
It's like a helmet that's like super concave, but we're talking like this concave.
Oh.
It's pretty much like an entire suit of armor designed like that because it obviously doesn't house anything. It's this very lithe floating.
I imagined him as like a golden version of the robot butler that the Jetsons have.
I'm half imagining
I hate
like
how
Lapita
close that-
robots, with, like really long arms.
You know that bronzong, the big bell?
I love how all of us have completely
the
different versions of
Pokemon
what
from
I'm
like the
on.
I
third.
fucking love Bronzong, mate.
Yeah,
What are you talking
I
about?
always imagine the golden, like a golden bronzong.
Fucking gyro ball gong.
I'm kind of imagining a
Reflect
floating
fucking such a good whirlpool.
Here we go.
I'm imagining basically a floating torso, a bit like low key, like the fucking Wall-E, like the floating,
Eve.
hovering
Yeah.
sort of thing.
Eva.
Like
It does have legs. It's just like
Okay.
it's more like a Protoss.
So it's not like
Archon.
Does it have
No,
a
that is
crotch?
what I kind
Fair.
of pictured. But
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
Does
Just
it
like
have a
the
crotch?
way they float.
I thought it was going to be like Mr.
There's-
Zircon in
It's like
the
a manic
Ratchet and Clank
A
games.
shape there,
Like
as in
falling
like
around next to
a
the-
crevice, but there's no like bits because it's a construct.
No cod up, no cod piece.
Nope, no cut piece.
No, he hasn't got
It's not
done.
historically accurate.
We already explicitly told this.
There's nothing.
I will
there.
give him a junk to be smacked later on. This
No.
unit, pack my shit. I'm gonna go inside and have more bitter schnapps. 'Cause I hate myself.
I can't get the picture of a golden Bronzong now out of my head.
so well!
Ferret. Where's Ferret? Ferret?
Still in the corner somewhere.
Ferret is actually still hiding in his den.
I actually catch up with these two because I move at full speed through crowds and y'all don't.
Okay.
So I'm just walking by.
I bore full strong, but also stealth.
At half speed. Well, at
Quarter speed.
quarter speed.
Quarter speed.
Wait, does
That is
half
now-
speed and half speed stack?
Yes, I believe so.
The
I have actually no idea.
most horrifying thing I've seen today is a buff minion trying to look for Bronzong.
Did you search? You can't
What?
search Pokemon on
Oh,
Google.
hey, the
It's
camera
not
works.
safe.
Wait, what?
Ah,
camera
the camera
works.
works.
Welcome,
Hey!
Edward. Edward is a part of the stream now. you
Yay.
guys.
We have actual like two people helping us behind the scenes now.
I can't
It's
believe
great.
they fixed it on a setup they didn't set up. Like,
I mean, they're techies. They know.
you're so good.
One of them
Honestly,
is-
you're amazing.
One
Did
of
you
them
just
is actually,
they them,
you know,
both of them, or they them?
No, this.
Oh yeah,
Both.
it's also for plurals.
I know
right.
Carney is actually doing I still know he's being a hell of a support in there.
Yeah, I was about to correct you and be like, wait, aren't they both he hims? And they're like, oh wait, no.
You're referring to multiple people, right? The original use of the word.
confusing, guys.
It's so confusing.
Typical Josh.
Just do like Japanese and Turkish and just don't have plurals.
I just realized I shouldn't.
Wait,
My
what?
mom.
No, wait,
made
Turkish
them.
has plurals, but yeah.
And I actually got, you know,
Everyone got the funny the bags.
I got
Mama.
one too. It's
I
a
Little
Bulu.
bag thing.
Yes.
Mommy.
I have so much time. Thank
Correct.
you, dreaded mama.
Mother.
Okay, that's way better.
Mumther.
Mumther.
I think the only thing I couldn't do is refer. I can. I have no problems referring to my mother as like bitch because she'll just turn around and call me asshole. But I could never call her by her name. It just I can't.
What about mum?
Mum?
Mum.
Mum. Mummy.
I don't want to break
I mean,
up this
then there's
conversation.
No, please do.
Oh,
Please
me and
do.
my mother have like we go ham. She's called me a crotch goblin too. So
How do you go ham?
Is that like third by Kamikaze?
what? Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to run.
Oh, I thought we were all gonna shame you for calling your parents by their names.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
There's a little bit wrong with that, mate.
It's slightly strange, but it's not unheard of.
It's very bougie.
I can do that for my dad, but not for my mom.
I never call them
weird.
mom and dad around other people usually. I just say Oaf and Sabby, and everyone
Yeah,
just
exactly.
usually knows. But around them, I call them mom and dad.
Okay.
Right.
Well, I
do
do-
we?
All right.
Yeah,
whatever.
So, Anam floats away to go pack your shit, literally. He's gonna go and pack your stuff up as efficiently as possible.
Someone can carry my lap.
Yep.
Yes.
Anam actually has a carrying capacity. Can carry shit.
Oh, that's nice. Because I don't. I mean,
He's going to wait at the tavern for you guys. Ferret is cowering in his den, which is under the tavern, like under the floor. He dug a little space out for himself. And Dell is currently in the infirmary, doing some music.
We're just going to sit down and have some breakfast.
Yeah. Thankfully, there was already breakfast made before people realized that there was shit going on, so it doesn't take long until you get food. I can stop with the super ominous music now. I love that the music still is just instant cut. There's no fade. We're going to work on shit after.
We'll get it fixed eventually.
Eventually. It's been 15 episodes, but you know.
Soon
One day.
TM plus 2 weeks.
I even got a whole bunch of new music from Andreas that I haven't been able to have time to fade into this and figure out what button is what. We'll figure it out
At some point.
at some point. Tech is not my strong
I'm
suit.
going to sort of sit and poke at my food, and just look and observe the other people. Like, how are you acting? Are you acting like jumpy, nervous?
I was gonna ask
down?
specifically Ivor.
Yeah,
Do you come
Ivor-
and sit down with us, or what do you
Yeah,
do?
he does. As everyone, after everyone has gathered and sat down, Ivor also just joins and sits down.
As you join, Frey stands up and leaves. And goes to the bar and stands there with his food.
Hannigan is gonna be
Office
weirdly
forecast.
lucid because his general demeanor is very like bordering on dementia all of the time, but he's actually gonna be very serious for once and be very much like when he can, like giving, like if someone needs something, he'll serve it to them and be very like just present for a moment, but still downing a couple of like shots of schnapps whenever he can.
Yeah. Okay.
How was Cassius feeling?
His head is almost like just on the table.
I brought depression TM to my players.
Like, Ida's the one who watched all of them die, and she's just sort of like, I don't know how to process this. Should I do something now? Do you want to talk about it?
Group therapy session,
Or
everyone.
should we just set out and maybe once we get away from all of this, things will get easier?
I think
You are coming with, aren't you?
yeah, because at least I know that if I'm with you guys, I can run away.
Yeah, you're a better runner than me, admittedly.
And if we get attacked from behind and we are in the group, that's probably not going to be good for me. So I'm coming with. But after this, I'm retiring.
I'm glad you're so sentimental about it.
Only 2 days left to retirement.
Cassius dies again.
I think
Pulled out for another job.
that it's best for all of us, because I don't think everyone has processed the fact that we're down here in the first place, and whatever happened to us to get us down here. This whole death thing, I think we gotta, unlike the sausaging, which is mildly funny, this is just sad.
I just imagine that Frey straight up breaks a mug or something
in the
at the bar.
background.
He just
Oh, you're within earshot, by the way? Or
I am, yeah.
Yeah.
Sausaging?
Oh,
And then Amaranth goes,
you remember when he
Oh, no.
Frey, another one?
No, sorry.
Yeah, like at least that was like remotely funny. This is something that we better
Alfred, what the
save
fuck?
for the Grove.
I'm not gonna repeat that question. Fuck off.
I saw what happened. I think.
What
This
did you
does not
see?
please the Quaker.
Please.
I experienced it.
First of all, it's the guy.
Never.
No.
All 5 of you. In turn.
Buddy, tact lesson. Let's not equate the experiences here. I assume you had some sort of a magical eye thing, divination, whatever it's called.
No, I do not. That is what is the most confusing thing. I stepped away to seek the guidance of the Archdruid, even in the midst of all this. All this. But I do not know what happened, but my mind was torn away. I felt all of you in turn dying, and then the visions continued. Not as normal ones, but as almost as if I was embodying them. And then I woke up here. I do not know why. Normally when going to these trances, I go back at the same spot where I started them. It would only have taken an hour or 2 at most, but it seems days have gone. And, well, I missed what happened. I missed your return and all this.
No, I didn't miss much on the way back. We were very absorbed. Let's just say that.
How did you all survive?
Like as he says that, Frey's gonna slam his hand down in the bar he's standing at, and he's gonna walk up to Ivor and he's gonna punch him.
Damn.
Did I roll for that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah?
Yes, queen. Yes, mama. Yes, girl.
Oh, that's probably gonna be a miss. That's unlucky.
What did you roll?
Do you want to use
Just
your...
to fuck you, yeah, I'm gonna use my reroll for that.
The Weave of Fate.
What did you get?
16
16 plus.
plus 4.
No.
Oh no, that's plus 10 to hit, so 26.
That's a hit.
Yeah.
Roll for damage.
1d4 plus strength.
Well, actually,
If you're intending to like go.
oh no, it would just be a punch, not a beak. So,
Right.
Headbutt this cunt.
no, 1d4, sorry.
Roll a d12 just to be funny. Just to be haha.
That's a
Plus.
7
Do you spell strike?
plus. I don't spell strike, no. Unfortunately.
Spell
That's
strike
a
silence.
Good heaven, that has to be a hit.
11.
11 damage.
Yeah.
So that's like that was an unmitigated proper hit. Like that hurt. That rocked your world a little bit.
It knocked you off the chair at the very least. Maybe.
Wait.
Hannigan just
No, that's wrong.
Hannigan just because this is probably happening over his head.
Yeah.
Yeah, Frey's taking a second, just kind of like breathing, like trying to calm himself down very slightly.
Hannigan is not gonna be like, he's just gonna look at you and say like, did that make you feel better? Does that make you feel better?
Ivor looks up at Frey. He acts confused for a bit, and then starts start laughing at himself, confused why he isn't trying to hit back right now, but then just more confused over his own reaction was not immediate violence rather than anything else, but doesn't say anything.
We would have needed you in that fight.
It wouldn't have made a fucking difference.
It
You're
doesn't matter.
just
Where we go together, or we die together, and that's what happened.
I would have liked to. I would have liked to.
Frey, if you're gonna pick anyone to say you skipped out on this, I think Mr. Murderpants over here would have been the first one to go into that chamber more than me.
Then why didn't he?
Obviously, that shit wasn't voluntary. Did you listen to anything he said?
Oh yeah, he disappears in one of his trances. Something that's never happened before. Likely story.
You've known him for a month, dude. Step
Exactly.
the fuck down and stop
I have
punching
no
people.
reason to expect that he would not come. What the fuck am I saying here? Yeah, you're welcome to interrupt me.
Look
Yeah,
here,
because I've lost
okay,
it.
everyone, just calm down for a second. Look, Frey, I am glad that you got to speak your mind. Or you get my drift. You punch your mind. I don't know, whatever. Hannigan, you're right. Ivor, I think this is a likely primarily emotional reaction, and we understand. We understand that you don't have a choice. But
It does not matter.
do you feel
He has no reason to believe me, other than my words, which I have never spoken untruthfully, but he has no need to tell that. I still wipes off the blood from his...
Yeah.
I think it's just a matter of
How can we trust you
Betrayal.
can't disappear like this again in future when we need you? You work that shit out, or you're out.
Dude, stop being so Mylar or Cassandra.
Hannigan,
or what-
shut it or you're next.
Well, that's the thing, really, isn't it? Are we even in?
You know what? I almost thought we were for a slight moment. But clearly I was wrong.
You're the only person here trying to break us up. She's done her best to keep you guys quiet. Cassius is in pain. I hope you see that. Ivor isn't trying to be a smarmy asshole. You're the one punching people. What do you mean? I thought so. You're always the first one to mouth off, the first one to punch someone. Stop it. Be a man. Be more like a guard captain should, right? Controlled or whatever.
No, there's no need. He has a point.
I do agree with Frey here. Even if Ivor would have been there, he would have died. Let's be honest with that. Even with his help, the fight wouldn't have turned out any different.
You
But-
witnessed that firsthand.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
What?
he did.
Yeah.
But you only have his word to go by.
Mm-hmm.
But
One of
It-
the... Oh, sorry.
Frey suddenly kind of like
there is...
regains himself a little bit and it's like,
I just gotta put a hand on his shoulder. Sort of like
It would have been
reassuring things.
at least reassuring to have you
Frey
there
cools
with us
slightly.
when we went in there.
I would have liked to be, like I said. But no, the songbird does have a point.
Look,
If we are to be fighting together, there is reason to make things official, I would say. I have been thinking in the same lines for a while now.
What
Never
lines?
quite made my mind up, but well, I suppose this would be as good a time as any. Ibo kind of shrugs a bit uncomfortably and just looks around all the crowd and the buildings, and it's clear that Ibo is not really comfortable with this whole conversation at the
The
moment.
tension itself, in general, in this town right now is so high that most people have pretty much ignored your little spat, even though it was pretty loud. People are kind of absorbed in their own.
There's
like,
probably
oh.
similar spats going on.
Exactly, yeah. Like there
Oh,
are people arguing about moving shit and
some
stuff
guy
like
just got
that.
clocked like
it's
down
not
back.
the first time
Yeah.
Frey has like kicked down the door and started screaming.
Yeah,
either,
that also like you've got a bit of a streak so far as well in this town, and people have started ignoring it.
You guys shouldn't even know what Monopoly Night is like with Frey, honestly.
I want to be the train.
Spell strike with table.
But right, as the songbird was alluding to, we have fought together for a while now, but it is yet not uncommon for strangers to be at each other's side for a while, only to split apart once a task or a deed has been accomplished. We have prevented each other from dying. We have healed each other, spoken and died, but it is not uncommon for such things to be temporary as well. But in these times, we are all branded. We're all sent down here for reasons some of us have talked more about than others. Stale Blood, yours is a story of betrayal. Renegade, you have spoken something of your mates betraying you something. I couldn't quite... You haven't gone into details, but I sense there is hurt in your story as well. Songbird, your own guard was the one that brought you down here, for one reason or another. Storyteller, you have also been quiet about it, but there is a reason for you being an outcast, and I imagine it ties into why you are here as well. I was also brought down here for purposes I do not know, but wrought by those I trusted most. In these tunnels where we are all away from what we know, death is around each corner, as you all experienced firsthand and as I experienced through you. The lone wolf dies where the pack survives. And I suppose that this is as good a time as any to make that wisdom into reality.
I love how that's like our war. War never changes. It's like
Yeah. Death always lurks behind every corner.
where the lone wolf dies, the pack survives.
I'm glad it took you this long to come, at least one of you, to understand that we should be, if not friends.
So is the group now called, like, are we gonna look for some omniverse, like...
No, don't.
I'm just gonna.
some pack name?
Omega,
the Cambridge Wolves
No,
or
for
something.
sure,
I'm
yeah.
throwing Raffy at
Omega.
you soon.
I will fully
You mean,
deserve it.
actually it's called Omegaverse?
Omegaverse. How did I say
Right.
Omniverse? What the fuck is the Omniverse?
That's a very good.
That's
question.
Ben 10 shit, isn't it?
Oh, fuck, it is.
Oh, fuck, yeah.
Welcome back.
I just had a fucking flashback.
Yeah, no, for
You all had a Jimmy Neutron brain blast moment.
Oh, God.
Just, oh fuck, our
I knew I
childhood just
recognized
blooded
that
back.
from somewhere, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Omnitrix, or whatever it's called.
What is the point that you're getting at? Please. In academia, we talk about shoot and. Oh, what was it called?
One of the floorboards near you up like opens and a little head pops out. A ferret?
Oh my god, ferret.
Oh my God, he has hidey holes everywhere.
I'm gonna pull him out.
Oh, really? Like fire.
He wasn't prepared for that, so he squeaks. He's like, he's like dangling.
Immediately, just like, oh, ferret.
He's like dangling, and he looks at Ivor. and he
Emotional
goes,
support,
he's-
Baron.
He's probably the only one who realized the fucking immense...
To basically summarize, he's saying that he sees you guys as his allies, and that he's probably pretty annoyed that he wasn't there to help you guys.
Yeah, the kid is emotionally stunted. We should have established that by now. You know what? Thank you for opening up to us, young man.
He basically
I also
sees
respect
you
you.
guys as the primordial circle kind of function like circles of packs.
Yeah.
Where you fight with your closest allies, and they become like family to you almost.
Yeah.
And he's basically saying that that's kind of what's happening here. Probably less family and more just he sees you guys as allies.
Yeah, buddy. Like we're not ready to commit to that yet, but we'll think about it, and maybe in the coming months we can establish that kind of.
You are
relation.
not kin.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
And I suspect that none of you have any wants to be kin either.
No, thank you.
I do have a question.
Yes?
How did I die? Just describe it to me. Because I've been racking my head trying to figure this out.
I felt the smell of... the smell of ozone. The shock of electricity running through your very veins. Your flesh fried from within.
Right.
It was unpleasant.
Yeah. Short and concise. We didn't need all of that, but
We're working towards short and concise, I think. Well, you see, I killed myself.
honestly, I respect that. Way better than whatever happened to me.
Why would you have done that?
Because one by one, I saw the
Why
only
did you
people, the
kill
only
yourself?
people that had, the only people that I had in this world right now, die horrifyingly in front of my eyes.
I had no idea.
One by one, I was the last one. He went for Cassius instead.
You went
So-
out by your own terms.
Yeah, but also because I realized that I have nothing. This, however sad, however utterly depressing this is, this little group, you are all that I have right now. There's no one waiting for me up there. There's only one that I've truly trusted, and he might be in that tunnel leading downwards. It might be further down. Other than that, it's you. Alright, so I think that Iper has a point and we need to establish what we are. A group and allies. Because if we're not, if I have to go alone down there, I'll take the same way out.
I'm glad we had this talk. I think, however, well, I'm done eating, so I'm heading out. I need to do my yogas. Some of you need to learn when to cool your shit. Others when to shut up. Ida, you're good. And Cassius, take your time. Don't rush this kind of terror. Honestly, I'm more worried for you than anyone else here. I mean that seriously. If you need anything, I'll cover your back. After I run in first. I'm gonna go do my yogas. If anyone wants to join me, I'm going to force Del to play music. Ferret, you're coming with me.
Ferret has a very before you tell him, he has like a very like sad face as like you're talking about all this, and he just goes, "I got killed by a box," and then shudders as he remembers.
You know, such an unhealthy relationship everyone here has to each other, especially Ferret.
Although Ferret is thankful to get out of the situation he popped himself into.
No, what were you gonna say?
Ivor looks intently at Cassius.
Phantom pain.
Didn't I?
It's
The comrades
the
are
only thing I
lost.
can really think of. I know it's not really probably what you think of, but if you really want to stick together, and at least to the part when we get to the Grove, we could write some kind of contract for it. It might not be what you are thinking about, or really what anybody here believes in, but at least for me, having it written down, having it formalized in some way.
There is one downside to that.
Ivor face kind of just shrinks up and that is not the way I or my kin do things, but if that's
Produce the society.
is what you require, then I suppose.
I think we should compromise and call it a pack contract.
That's fine by me.
What my concern was, does not a contract require some form of company name?
Oh no. We're not
Nope.
being called Cassius's Comporium.
No,
That Ida
no.
actually starts laughing in
no.
character.
Cassius's companions.
There it is! Yes! It was said in character. I was about to say it above table. Yes! Victory! 15 episodes have led up to this.
Come, guys, he said the word! Yes!
You just spilled water everywhere.
I don't have enough room here. I'm a long boy.
You splurged absolutely everywhere.
Oh my god!
It doesn't necessarily need a name.
What do we write then? The group of people to whom this concerns?
Yeah.
Survivor's pack.
I'm not sure I like that.
I think it's a bit
Footballers.
premature for a company name.
Footballers.
Okay, I thought you said
Sport.
footballers, and I was like, that's two jokes merged. Like, I hate that.
Yeah, footballers like footballers. Yeah. Pardon.
No, 'cause I was thinking the foot bath thing, and then ballers because of free balling in the flesh. And that's how football was invented in this setting.
FIFA. Free Balling International Football Association.
Nice.
Oh, that killed me. I'm dead.
Hannigan is going to mosey out on
Fuck.
on the room.
On
That
out
did
the
some
room.
hella
Yeah.
damage.
And I guess Cass is just going to pack up everything else.
Yeah. And I'm was like in the process of delicately placing away a lot of Ida's.
I was
things.
just about to say, like, essentially, like, she's just gonna go, you! Help me, please, I can't carry this.
Yeah, so when you get up to your room, you see Anam already like sorting things according to like potency, size. Like he's sorting your
Yeah,
equipment.
like he's
everything.
cataloging it, and Ida's looking at it horrified because she knows exactly where she stores that one thing that you placed there 3 months ago.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, who's Anam?
So
Robot.
Golden guy.
Oh, okay.
Golden
Yeah,
bronze
yeah,
on.
right.
We've been over there.
Golden bronze on.
does not look like that. Anyway,
We can force anything into
so
canon, baby.
he's sort of, or it's floating and putting things away, and there's a paper floating next to them that's writing, like cataloging the equipment as he's doing so. And without, like, the head will turn 300, or like 180. Not 360. It's just space.
He's having a whale of a time, bro. He's going.
No, the head will turn. Sort of a formality. He doesn't have to, but he's been taught to look people in the eyes, despite the fact that he's got a 360-degree.
He's had a good
like,
upbringing.
cone of vision. So it's just unsettling as the robotic helmet just goes as you step in. It's just like, Ida, or. No, I think he would refer to you as Dr. Solace, yeah. Dr. Solace, this unit has almost completed packing your gear. This unit also concludes that the physical capacity of Dr. Solace is insufficient to handle such weight. Would you like this unit?
Wait.
Would you like this unit to handle your equipment?
Yes, please.
This is like two versions of the autism, just like meeting in. Your house is a fucking mess. I will clean it for you.
I looked down on your character sheet and just realized your carrying bulk right now is 11.5.
Well, it's not. That's just because it says that I'm carrying my entire alchemical lab, and that's too big. But yes, I'm just going to very gratefully accept, and also just sort of lean forward, tilt her head a bit, and just go. Is Dr. Solace allowed to keep this unit after we've reached our destination?
This unit is one of many. This unit is designation 435.
Can you buy this unit at Target? Or Clas Ohlson's?
This unit, however, would like to offer services once settlement has been reached. This unit can research on Dr. Solace's behalf.
Yes! I mean, yes, thank you. That sounds absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much.
This unit is combat ready and considered a wizard by people standards. However, this unit would prefer not to come into conflict. Repairing is difficult.
Oh yeah, no, I'll Oh, trust me, I would rather throw myself and lose an arm than anything happening to this unit.
In moments of extreme emergency.
Is the head still facing?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been tracking your movement every time you move. It's been unearingly.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. There's no it's a helmet.
It is
and there's no eyes at all or anything to indicate eyes either. So it's just you can only tell that it's looking at you by the pointed bit that would otherwise cover the nose if it had one. Instead, it's just the abyss. There's just nothing inside. It's just dark. There's no light. It's completely hollow.
The void is just staring into me.
Yeah. It's just constantly tracking you.
No,
it's just a bit uncomfortable.
We made it established that when the abyss goes to his therapist, it's Ida that is staring back at him.
It's
That's why it's so fitting that Abyss is now her companion.
Yeah, true. It's the pairing
this
we all
unit can
needed.
provide research aid. However, upon the move, this unit will not be particularly useful other than carrying Dr. Solace's equipment.
Noted. Well, that is perfectly all right by me. Thank you so much. Is everything else in order in here?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm going to go out and prepare the other things. And she steps out of the door, slowly lets it close without a sound, and then starts jumping up and down.
But the floor is really squeaky, so you can just hear the floor squeaking. Frey looks out from the door, half open, about to go in, and it's like...
Oh, by the way, Ivor would stop you before after the others had left.
Yeah.
But does anyone else want to go first? With what they're doing?
I'm going to go up and stab Frey. On the way to yoga, just shortly, because I am bringing Ferret with me. I'm strongmanning him as normal. I'm going to... Hannigan is going to place his hand on Ferret's head.
Yeah.
And bring him in close, and then just huddle him.
Yeah.
And say,
how easy is it to Shanghai Dell into doing something?
If you give him puppy eyes, he pretty much caves immediately.
I pat him on the head and say,
I knew I had the right man for the job. All right, little buddy. You're learning the art of Qigong from the master. You will never have a day of a sore back again. And with the right football, you'll have perfect skin.
You know what? It's something to distract me from anything else, so I'm...
That's the point.
Let's go.
Then we waddle over to Del and we're gonna strong arm him.
Right. And what does Cassius do?
I was just going to ask, how much gold did we get last session?
Entire together,
Yep.
you guys got 600, including
Yes, right.
that's including the stuff from the
That's a lot of moolah.
Yes,
600.
and then
that's
divided
also
by
incling
5.
Ferret's own cut as well.
Oh,
Like,
shit.
as in,
Okay.
Ferret's
I didn't
already
bring him
gotten,
along. He did nothing and he gets a cut.
No, Ferret's already gotten some.
Yeah.
Because he had his own mission to do, which he technically did.
His own mission.
So you got 600 gold to split amongst yourselves.
So that's 100 gold each plus
Does Iber
20
want
gold?
20?
Yeah,
120?
Sure.
Do you still want to be the caretaker of Ibor's money?
Yeah.
What kind of question is that?
I want to... I'm going to pack my stuff.
Mhm.
I'm going to go and look for a... just somewhere where I can buy like a book and writing supplies.
Yeah, the general store pretty much has stuff.
Are you
Perfect.
going to do like your travel memoirs?
No, the contract.
Yes, and more stuff.
Fair.
I was gonna
Erotica.
ask as well if you're going out to like the bookstore. Right now, my spell book is just kind of like it's like a
Yeah, it's just like loose papers.
it's like a manuscript at the moment. It's just paper, like hanging off a cord. Can I go and buy a proper tome?
a proper spell.
Yeah.
Are you gonna invent the Omegaverse fanfiction?
We are not.
God, we got to the point where Newell got physical.
I've been physical once before, actually. I
true,
realized.
yeah. So
Oh yeah, I know.
what the stream drives you to, because he's just trying to move a lot of shit at this moment. You guys get he's just selling everything off at 20% off. Like,
Oh,
just
damn.
straight up.
Perfect.
He just wants to get rid of a bunch of stuff that's annoying to pack.
Perfect.
So he sells
Oh
it.
my god.
Yeah.
But
And
when do
I'm
we
just-
have our break now again? Is that
Soon.
in 4 minutes.
4 minutes, right?
Okay, fucking.
No, I just want to check.
I went through so much to like stealthily find a picture of a break and like show it to Tristan without bringing it up, and then the second I've done that, when
Yeah.
is our break? By the way,
I just want to check I want to check if we
so
had
funny.
like 4 minutes or an hour and 4 minutes before.
yeah.
No, we have a few minutes before. So yeah, you guys get some stuff. He's selling them on a sale just to get rid of
Yeah.
it.
Does he have any like alchemist glasses or goggles? Alchemist goggles. It's a level 4 item.
Is it a common item, or does it have the
Yes.
uncommon item?
No,
attack?
no, it's a
Yeah.
common item.
Then yeah, he would have it.
And it costs 100 gold usually.
It would be 20% off.
20% off. 80.
He's just selling everything on 20. So just to get shit out, and
Yep.
like money is easier to transport than a shit ton of goods.
Yeah.
So people are currently buying a lot of stuff as well.
I was just thinking, I
So
wonder
it's
what I
easier
have
to
to do
transport
to like get him to lower the price. And then when you said like money's easier to carry, I was like, bribe him.
I will pay him more money to pay him less money.
Depends on
I
how
will
you're
bribe
driving,
you to lower your prices. Wait a
That
minute.
is the... Oh, so good.
That's capitalism. I'll give you these stocks to give me a reduced interest rate. That's hilarious.
No, and I'm just preparing to go after that, I think.
Yeah. Right. Pretty much everyone's at the same state. It will take a little bit longer for them to get like everyone ready to leave. However, the as you strong arm Ferret over to Dell, I'll narrate this just before we go on break. Dell's attire has upgraded a bit since you last saw him. He is no longer in horrific rags and the
Moss.
moss that has clung to his bones. He's kind of now got a coat, an armored coat similar to you, except it's not a scientist coat. His is an actual like button-down long coat with embellishments in golden thread that was probably done by hand because it looks okay. It's not even at all. It's very asymmetrical and very poor. But he did it himself. And he's kind of like turned the moss vest into more of a like scarf thing going on. So it looks kind of puffy by the neck. And he's got his rib cage exposed because he has strings between the rib cage, and he can run his fingers along the ribs itself to do the xylophone. Because of course he can.
Called it.
Nice. And he now has a lute on his back.
He's got loot on his back? I immediately stab him. Okay, never mind. Loot. Okay.
Yeah, but this lute is like
the fish.
It's more compact and it's metallic, or it's wood with a metal like cladding because it's meant for battle.
I thought it was a fish.
Bludgeon someone with it.
Loot fish?
It's a fucking instrument. I'm going to have like an actual aneurysm. We go on break now. Fuck you.
And then I place myself face down.
Of course.
Nice.
You need to specify face down defense position.
Defense position.
No, I just placed myself face down.
I give up.
Face down attack position is not a thing.
Face down, bottom up. Let's go. Why did I say that?
Why did you say that?
Why did I say that? I looked over at Pedro and was like,
so PT. You just immediately
I infect you by
Can I just say?
I just looked over at you and was like, what would Pedro say? You became my intrusive thought.
That's so beautiful.
Can I just say I'm so proud of you? Also, what the fuck were you thinking?
I know.
Who's coming? Do I know them?
Can I see them?
Not coming in that sense.
Oh. No, I meant approaching.
The
What do you
dinner
mean?
bell?
What do you mean?
I resigned.
Oh, yes, baby. Hey,
Question.
welcome, actually.
What is a boogie?
A what?
A bogey. It's like someone with an unagreeable face and a terrible attitude.
Kind of like you, actually.
Pray
Well,
then.
That was very rude, but very correct. And no,
Have I missed something? Did we have a
You have
bonding
been knocked
experience
out
while I was
for
gone?
approximately 16 hours.
That is very bad.
you missed Frey guzzling some slurry, baby.
we agreed not. We
I'm
agreed not to talk about it.
I'm sorry.
You agreed not talking about it. We did not.
I
Glizzy
told
guzzler.
you, not in front of the dock.
You just see
Did you? Like, I started
Cassius just
rifling in my
staring
pocket.
into nothing.
If your back isn't hurting, you can't sleep.
Is that why your character has such bad posture?
Also, I think it's a racial trait for all doctors.
Women. Oh.
No, just the misogyny just slipped out.
Ooh, that was a
Casual.
Reddit moment. Christ.
So-
Okay.
Do ferrets, much like cats, like go limp if you grab them
Yeah,
by
they
the
go like
scruff?
really long.
Yeah, but
Or doesn't go limp.
exactly. Big picture.
You got to think big picture if you're a terrorist, everyone.
Yeah. I suppose I could try to. No, I can't divert. I can't do.
I mean, hey,
Can't hide.
it never
exactly.
hurts to swing a last.
Yeah,
Yeah, honestly.
I'll try.
Because you might
I
not
was actually
20.
ready for that one.
Did you not 20?
Yeah.
Fucking did, baby!
See?
It looked like. See, it's right there. It's right there, folks.
What did I say?
I moved the thing.
You might not 20. that,
Unhinged laugh.
that was okay. Roll your damage.
Yeah. Roll the damage, baby.
That's insane.
Exactly what I was thinking. Ida just pops out, and Ivor goes, "White woman moment."
Above Ivor, lighting in his hands. Are you still Frey?
I turn up. Wait, before you have time to answer, I turn up to you.
It still smells normal.
Just gonna.
At least that pulls him out of your mouth.
Yeah, he's gonna like panic, kind of like.
That's gonna get clipped.
What is it with Ivor and the innuendos? Actually,
I never go limp.
I think I might just leave. I think it wasn't
My
safe.
hand is in-
Can we just some dead instead? And like, no, but
no, my character.
Like, I've never seen anything like it.
So basically, you want to use distract in order to draw attention.
Yeah.
Just- if you can distract them that way, you can distract them this way.
I don't.
Performance.
Yeah.
Hello, my baby.
Hello, my honey.
Hello, my ragtime monster of horrible fleshed people.
Yeah.
Ironically, I feel like intimidation could also suit.
I have a feat called forensic acumen,
Yeah.
and I want to saw this baby open.
This, my friend, is called surveying.
All right.
Finding new things.
I'll be your eyes.
I will be the feet.
I'm gonna turn to Frey and just go.
Yeah.
You know,
And my claw.
I
My
am.
ball.
I am a bit conflicted about Hannigan's marital status.
Oh yeah.
Why?
I mean,
How come?
he has two.
Did it is strange. He seems to be
Well, he has two.
tending to be the.
What is
I'm
the
just
problem
wondering-
with that?
No, I'm just wondering. Should I have? I haven't even gotten one. Should I have had one by now? Am
Do
I?
you wish for one?
No, not at all.
Then you do not need one.
All right,
That's really based of you. Holy shit.
that is a very. Are you? Oh, did you hear that? I'm sorry. So sorry.
I hear everything, baby. I have two, because I have two hands to give love with. One to my husband and one to my wife.
That is
Frey looks at his hand on his wings.
So Mylith appears out of the shadows, and offers a thumbs up, makes a motion of like a potion.
You could have just held it like this. You could have just held it like this and said potion. You
didn't
need to fondle the ball.
Follow the ball
Why
towards
did
the
you have to do
chat.
that?
That's the way to.
Alfred, yes, actually, this her checking the pulse of probably dead things happens more often than you. It's pretty common in this setting. The dead just don't stay dead most of the time. So sometimes you gotta check. Did that heart just beat? Also, are you really dead?
Who knows?
Sometimes they might not be.
The American healthcare system. Are you really dead?
Are you really
Do
dying?
you really have E. coli, or
Are
do you
you
just need to stay home?
sure? We don't need to give you insurance if you're not.
It was drastically better.
It was just better.
23.
How elegant.
23. So, does this mean you guys are actually moving forward?
Yes.
You've left town.
We have left. Yes.
Okay.
Do not question us.
This is not Tristan asking. This is Maranth asking.
I would like to side note here, world building wise. Idronados is pretty diverse when it comes to races, and it's a chaotic blend of just.
I thought you were gonna say that it's very diverse when it comes to racism. And
No, I mean, yeah, we
Not
not
everybody
racism.
around here.
This isn't the racism campaign. It's that sounds like we do have.
That's the next other stream.
That's the other. No, this is the classism campaign because
Yeah,
they can just hit
Monster
people at
100.
full strength and not.
She'll spell strike her
Okay.
But you
with
will have to run up.
admonishing ray.
Yeah, you
What?
have to.
You will have to run up to her.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
it'll be
You're in
one
Greasefield.
one save.
Oh.
If you fail,
I have a special fucking thing. It's fine, bro. What is this? Is it?
reflex,
Reflex.
or
Acrobatics.
Okay, no, we definitely want reflex.
y'all need to go to yoga class. Have a foot bath so that you're as smooth like me.
Fuck's sake.
Have a foot bath so that you're as smooth like me.
Fuck's sake.
Fate?
12?
Weaving?
I would fate weave the shit out of that.
Stop miss.
Do you that would floor you, yeah. But do
Okay.
you want to?
Fate weave.
Yep.
Cool
Roll
moment.
that shit. The Weave of Fate shift.
Oh,
That's a lot better. 19.
Oh no.
You're shitting me. A 19 doesn't fucking do it.
You missed it by
I was waiting in the wings.
The Weave of Fate shifts, and you still eat shit.
The wave of the
You
weave
get
of
knocked
fate
prone.
shifts, and you look up to see the camera, and you go.
Damage done total. It is bleeding. Don't look into it.
Blood for the blood god.
It is now its turn. Frey and Hannigan are next to it. It's gonna unload
I did not think about my actions.
No, my actions were calculated, but man, am I bad at math.
I am very bad at math.
He's going to try to swing for you first.
Oh yeah, but I didn't even hit him.
Okay.
Cool.
Right.
You have shit on the ground.
So first things
Trying to
first.
survive.
Failed check. I believe it's a. So it'd be Ivor, Hannigan, or Hannigan, Ivor. Well, after you. You're first.
In a theoretical battle, guys, which is not gonna happen. Am I right?
No, of course.
We're just rolling to see how the general vibe is.
How good we are.
Vibe check.
Yeah, just Ida or Dr. Salas picking up like a like a fibula or something, and then just cracks, and then picking up a femur and just being cracks. Okay, all right, this fashion's fascinating.
Yeah.
Is that why they're white?
What? Yeah, I'm lost.
Yeah, no, but like I imagine different types of undead are formed for like different reasons, right?
Yeah.
You have like bog walkers.
Yeah. Oh, you mean whites, as in like?
Did you guys thought I was commenting on their skin color?
Yeah. Or the color of the bone.
Yeah, I thought it was
You
the color
don't know
of the
that they're
bone.
whites. It's just because I slipped up out of character.
Wichts, everybody.
Dog is
I
whack.
did not motorboat the enemy. Thank you very much.
And do you want to roll for the good berry, or should I?
I trust your rolls a lot more than I trust my own.
Okay, in that
Watch
case,
him
you
roll.
regain 8 hit points.
Oh, 5.
Amazing dice cam, thanks. Menace.
Did you go for a dice cam?
I did, yeah.
Oh, right. Go back, go back. God damn it!
Anyway,
It's a 4.
Yeah, you can see it. Dice cam is amazing.
I
Exactly.
love dice cam.
Best cam.
Write dice cam in the chat if you want to.
Matt Rathew is like, damn.
I just looked at the doctor and say, "You want to take this one home with you?" And then like, get ready.
And you kill it. It's dead.
I haven't been asked.
There is
that
one
knowledge.
of those creatures left. Ivor, there's the one that's right next to you, and it is unharmed.
Yeah, you can rebrand by
Nice
saying
idea.
you weren't part of the Manascar accident. That's a great way to rebrand. You're like, I didn't ruin the suds.
This thing I don't know anything about. I had no part in that.
I didn't kill your grandmother. Now
That's a message that you can send and go with.
I'm with you down here, but Mama's fine.
Mama.
That's should be your go-to greeting when you meet new people. I did not kill your grandma. Hi.
Well, everything's about like how you see it, right?
Yeah.
So if you put that mind into their head, they're gonna be way more positive to you because they're like, "It's right, he didn't kill my grandma."
Exactly.
She died of starvation after your people stole her things due to tax reasons.
After the Mage's Guard beat down her local grocer.
Mima should have paid her taxes.
Nemo.
You're running at the door and running this show.
Next week we'll have 2 new characters and 2 new players.
How much health do you have, Emily?
Also, you guys
28.
are lucky that I'm not dead yet, because my backup character was a bard making pop cultural references and solely speaks in song titles.
Amazing.
So you are warned.
18 slashing.
Amazing.
Slash. Okay. Okay.
What do you mean?
Wait,
It's you don't have
I'm so
spaghettis
lost.
inside you?
where did the prostate come from?
Exactly. What was that about?
It just left his body when the.
It's the size of a walnut.
We have to put.
There's a few things. There's a big grand hall over there. Lots of sex, pearl sex on the ceiling.
What?
Pearl sex with the pearls
Oh,
inside of
Oh
the
yes.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, of
Oh,
course. Naturally.
You heard something else?
No, that's exactly what I heard.
Yeah, I make
Kind
myself.
of echo in this cave, you know what I mean? It's,
Yeah, it's a lot, and there's a lot of movement. So let's be a bit of ginger while we go in there, a little bit calm, a little softly.
Of course, rats may.
I'm going to try
was
to
just
like give him a
guessing.
strong and firm grip.
He matches it, which compared to his first shake is significantly weaker. But he gives you a good hearty shake without trying to. Fair?
because he's hurt, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Is it a potion you've made?
But
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah, I'm gonna chug my own potion.
All right.
I don't know if he chugs
Does
it or not,
anyone?
but-
Does everyone have potions right now?
No.
No.
All right. Do you all want one?
No.
No.
Keep one on you. All right.
gonna drink
I'm not even.
Live from Stockholm, Sweden. This is Missed by One.
Welcome back, everybody. Let's continue where we left off.
All right.
So the last thing that happened was that we were leaving the town when the dragon attacked.
Right. Yes.
The dragons live! Yes!
So as a dragonborn, I can just use my
Your intimidation or your recall
I was more
knowledge.
thinking like my what do you call?
Well,
Power words?
Power word kill.
No, like more like the
Power word seduce.
Power word come. And it came.
All of them.
This is
Even the
PG-13.
dragons.
As a paladin, I'm going to ask the dragon.
Okay. Tristan was gone, so
So anyway, now we've derailed the campaign. We're all level 17. And
Yep.
power word kill was cast.
I've multicast
the
into
dragons are
psychic.
attacking, by the
Alright,
way.
I'm magic now, by the way. I'm a dragon. Turns out.
Dovahkiin.
I hope that wasn't too visible
Right.
on the camera. I really hope it
What do they
wasn't.
call like the grey monks? Unlike the
Greybeard?
monastery with Pathfinder?
Greybeards?
Greybeards.
Greybeards, that's the word, not grey monks.
Note to self. Do not piss so close to the end of the break. Or you will have to run. I am not built for speed.
Have you never
Like
done
we
a
have
gamer
bottles
before?
right here. What else should we be drinking?
No, I usually just don't pee.
The dwarves are naturally good sprinters. But they're built for short distance.
Exactly. I'm a sprinter. Natural sprinter.
No, wait. No, it's the opposite. Fuck, it's the opposite. Sorry.
There we go.
I'm messing up my Lord of the Rings.
Right,
You didn't see
No,
why? I don't
dwarves
know
are
what you're
natural
talking about.
cartwheelers. You can like strap them to a cart and.
Hopefully,
They're so
long
square.
distance. Oh my god, they're long distance runners.
power word come. Anyway,
Already done that joke.
have we?
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll see.
So last
This is
few
why I
minutes-
chose these people. They know, even when I'm not here, what to do.
But right, there was a small conversation with us
Yeah.
two.
Yeah.
Right,
So Frey tries to up and leave.
right, and as everyone goes, are we just gonna Songbird?
Mm-hmm.
You have been quiet for the last part of that conversation.
What of it?
I would hear your thoughts if you have them.
Burn.
Maybe lashing out at you in that way was a slight over-exaggeration.
At that, Ivor just kind of looks down at the small blood spot that he wiped his mouth with. Then just... Had you done that but a month ago, or how long it has been now, I would have torn your throat out.
You would have been lucky to get that far.
Perhaps.
Not with your track record.
Perhaps.
That was after I was down level. Tristan, you have to bring it up every fucking time. I can't say anything before. Sorry, yeah.
Real quick, Alfred and company, my headset's almost dead.
Yep, same here.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Technical difficulty.
Let's just continue until it dies.
Yeah.
Let's just see if
is-
like
Look, had it
no
been-
anyone notices. He just keeps doing it. Keep talking.
Look, had it been anyone else, I would have been slightly worried. I know it's something you can take, and
Hashtag
for whatever
bully.
it matters, I do apologize.
No
I-
need to. I would have done the same had I been in your position, I suspect.
I figure that with some of the things that happened to me, well, my mind seems to still be quite clouded from events in the past.
And I believe I understand. It is funny, in a way. We're all... I'm hesitant to say two of a kind, but... you are a guardian, in a way. then Ivor just kind of. You see that Ivor kind of just wants to keep going, but he can't really find a word, so he just
leans in.
No, he just kind of
leans in for the
cue.
That really got me. I don't know. I immediately imagined like Mario and Sonic kissing.
Yes!
but spraying
Yes!
Ivor.
I was thinking that the entire time! Like the horribly animated one where they're like all over each other.
Fucking Christ. Like I said, bottom of the barrel for the cast. In
God
this,
damn.
Dude,
so.
welcome to Missed by One, where we like
Get off topic immediately. The second
we try so
second
hard
we
to
get
be
to-
serious. Have a serious moment
I might
immediately.
not
we're in.
understand their motivations, but I understand your erection.
But no, you.
You know, right
have been-
before we started this, we said, let's not get off topic. Let's continue and let's try to focus.
We had a whole pep talk about
It's
it.
been 5 minutes.
Okay, so getting back on track real fucking quick.
But yeah, we have.
Phrasing, you kind of struggle with your words. Goes, look, Ivor, we don't have to like each other. All I'm gonna say is I've got your back if you got mine.
I believe I do. We have been on the opposite side of a war between our two kinds for quite some time. But that is on the surface. This is now. You have a purity of purpose, one that I recognize and believe I share. We are warriors. Two different kinds, but a warrior sees a warrior. And there's not more that needs to be said sometimes.
In this case, glassing him was the correct alternative.
Yep.
Sometimes the renegade options will increase your standing with the very character you just glassed.
But no, there's a small ritual I wish to induct everyone later. It will not bind you to my cause, for I believe you still consider it as abhorrent, and that is fine. We fight for a common purpose now, but my cause is not your cause, and it may never be, but it does not have to be. I don't know what to do.
At that point, you hear like heavy steps coming down from like the
Yeah.
the
No, I
stairs.
love the idea that Ida's still sitting at the table, but
No,
none of
like,
us have noticed.
I
this
did
was-
not. She was upstairs. She was packing her shit, and then she just
Yeah.
sort of like runs down and just go, "All right, everyone ready?" Oh, I'm sorry. Am I interrupting something here?
No, Doctor,
you're not gonna
you're not
fight, are
interrupting
you?
anything.
No, I believe we have come to an understanding.
Once
I
again.
will questionably.
Once again, yes.
Hannigan returns with Dell and Ferret. Ferret probably has his things in a little sling, just like Hannigan has his things in a sling.
Yeah, you both look like hobos.
Yes.
Yeah. And when Ida comes back, he's gonna go, because I assume the robot comes down with her.
Yeah.
And he's just gonna go look at you, clean that up. Pointing at the glass that he's shattered, and then he's gonna go out and buy a book.
I just
For
gonna
a
look
tome,
confused for a
for a-
second and immediately go over and start picking up the glass.
You watch him meta magic, quicken spell, and cast both mending and what's it called, prestidigitation at the same time.
I'm not there at the moment. I'm still
Oh,
out,
right, yeah,
I'm
right,
still
yeah.
out buying stuff.
All right, well that's convenient.
And considering that this was exact when you guys left, you were probably still on your way to footbath or yoga.
No, like they just
No,
Or-
they're
has
just
been a
arriving,
while.
but shopping.
Oh, okay,
they're-
right.
You're still shopping.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
He can wait. I just realized he can quicken spell.
Yep. Meta magic. What's it called?
That's level 12, I think.
No, it's relatively lower level.
It's wizard.
It's like level 5, right? Level 6.
No. It's a single time you can use once per day. If you are 12th level, you can cast 2 spells in 1 turn. So that's
No, it's the one that he uses is the one that reduces one. It's a free action to reduce one spell's actions by 1, so it can turn a two cast spell into a 1 cast spell. One action spell, rather.
Are you sure that one isn't limited to turning them into 2 action spells?
Might be.
Either way,
Quicken casting level 10.
Oh. Okay, then never mind. He doesn't.
Actually, actually the DM.
I know, right?
No, do you want my glasses to push up?
No, it's fine.
Thank you.
I completely forgot what levels things were. That's on me.
According to Kikaku.
I just wanted to make sure that you didn't like put us in a party with somebody who can literally wipe probably this entire settlement out in 2 seconds.
No. He's on par with you guys.
he casts Wide and Cold of Cold. We all die.
Jesus.
Oh, it's because I did build him up to the. Okay, right. That's what I mistake.
So
I know Wizard better than anything else.
Oh, yeah.
You cannot
I
sneak
know you do.
anything past me.
Okay, no. Then he'll cast those spells individually.
when Hannigan eventually returns, it is with Dell and with the bread bag.
Yeah.
A
Dell-
fourth of the bread lighter now.
Del sees most of you.
Ivor still having an aura of extreme awkwardness.
Yeah,
What doesn't he?
unlike when you guys first met him, like he was very like awkward and like very like drawn in. He seems to have like opened up more, kind of literally, since his ribcage is showing. And he
finally got laid.
Doesn't have a smile on his face because, well, the jaw is glued shut with gold. But he has you can almost feel a smile on him. He spreads his hands and goes, "Friends! I haven't seen you in a long time."
Yeah, this guy's name is Dell, if you don't remember. I didn't.
Oh, I know.
I was in your bag for like a week.
Your head was in my bag, and you were a very nice addition to the bag.
It was a blast, a wonderful time to have you with us back there in the.
I would
Yeah.
love to have stuck around more with you guys, but I immediately got sent on another mission from
I get that.
A mission from who?
the twins. I'm not sure what else to call them.
All right, yeah.
I'm not even too sure what they are, but I'm just gonna say twins for now.
They're halflings, you racist bitch.
No, I know their species, but I don't know their relation. I don't. They look really.
They're
very
like married or something. I don't know.
I hope not.
Hey,
Sweet home Alabama.
it would be like. Well, at that point, it's
Love
almost like
yourself.
masturbation.
This
Yeah.
isn't.
Right, my thing is screaming at me. It is 0 battery left.
Oh,
Oh, we might not have a.
I
fantastic.
do not believe it will last the entire session.
It would be so funny if this is the session, everyone's just microphones just dies and we all just end it on an awful
Oh yeah,
note.
no. The battery things are blinking, so I'm pretty certain they're gonna die. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, that's
in
interesting.
15 or so minutes.
We've never had
Mine are-
any of these issues before, and now everything.
Now that Dan
It's because
isn't
Dan
coming
fucked
down
off,
every now
and then he
again.
was like, "Yep, goodbye." We're being told we're fine, so I'm gonna trust Alfred and hope.
Right, we're fine for now, but it will go down.
There's
Down
some fucking batteries over there. Don't worry about
He'll
it.
know
Okay.
when we die.
Yeah, okay, fair.
So the thing is, I'm gonna say,
So. We've all got a bunch of friends. We're all gonna go trekking together. That guy over there.
I point to Annam.
That dude over there is. His name is. A something. What?
And
A man, yeah. That is a man. And
Where did
This
he
unit
come
does
from
not
exactly?
sexually identify it.
I don't know. He's some kind of. He's some. He came from. Did you know the Gold Man?
That, yes.
That's his dad. Yeah. No, this guy's not the dad. The Gold Man is the dad.
No, a creator would probably be more suitable.
Listen, we're all friends here. We don't have to use official titles and stuff.
This unit was constructed 600 years ago.
He's a little bit autistic. Don't worry about it.
And you're not.
I don't know what that means.
He's trying to say artistic, but he's
Yeah.
missed the beat a bit. I think it's when you play like an
The
instrument or
most
paint or something.
politically correct stream.
I love that we're all like actually on the spectrum.
No, most of us are on the spectrum, like by far. Don't worry. We're just representing.
So, he's carrying the stuff. And Dell is going to be singing. Ferret and I are going to be scouting. Cassius will be leading. You will be scowling. You'll also be scowling, I guess. And Ida will be cooking.
Can I go up to Amaranth and Maranth and just kind of like
I feel this is very.
ask them what's their plan? How's everyone?
Hey, you're a
moving
woman.
around?
It's okay.
It will probably take us a few days to get everyone situated
I am
and get
cooking
ready to move
certain
everyone.
things.
There's a lot of
Because they could kill you.
people who have been permanently maimed throughout, and we try to accommodate them as much as possible, but we don't really have much in the way of engineers to create mechanical limbs. So it will take a while to get everything moving.
Any mages among the maimed that could still perform offensive or defensive magic?
A handful, yeah. They're on Overwatch duty, protecting. They're going to stay among the other wounded.
Good idea.
And act as buffers in case anything goes wrong. They're sort of the last line of defense, though. There are Burden's group. He has a group of fighters that can help.
Who is this Bardin?
Bardan, he is. You didn't meet him. He was he's one of our main muscles here.
Oh, is he the asshole?
Would I have met him while I was training?
No, actually, he was. He only came back. He was the guy that you guys. He was the elf with the crystal hair
Douchebag.
who walked past you guys and said, like,
right,
"Fuck you," pretty much, and then just left. And he seemed very angry about the fact that Amaranth and Maranth was going to stay. But he was pretty much like security chief, like on site for the tunnel digging. Kiri is his right hand woman.
Right.
The really lanky Knoll guy, chick you saw last session, but it was like right at the end, so it's fine if you.
I also have some questions about the man you were arguing with.
That would be Bundan.
You don't think it's might be suspicious that he argued you should leave? Clearly he's in some sort of position of power around here, and Generator just happens to be attacked a little while after that.
By a mysterious organization that are just a rumor upstairs, yeah.
Known for using flesh puppets. I assume I know that.
We've said it a couple of times, or alluded to it.
I wish I was here.
If it was done, if it was just bashed, like if the machinery was just bashed and there was no evidence of who did it, I probably would have agreed with you. But I've known him for years. I don't think he would stoop that low. After all, he wants us to move to the Grove to keep us safe. He wouldn't put us in harm's way to do so, to get us to the Grove. We were in relative safety here with the generator up. That soul gem was going to last a while. Now it's broken, which is a considerable sum of money simply gone.
And the Druid Circle simply allows you to stay there?
Here? We have too many people to move if here was considered to be relative.
There.
Oh, there.
In the Grove.
The Grove, the Grove is large enough to take care of a lot more than just us. It's a very large area. We can always set up and build something.
So they do not claim all of it?
You'll see what I mean when we get there. It's big. The caves, will be going several miles down beneath the earth. The caverns open up massively down there.
Are we gonna need earplugs?
No.
Any heavy lifting that needs to be done before we leave?
I mean, for the
stuff
air pressure, we're gonna get headaches.
Should be fine. We're going to be descending rather slowly after all.
While Noel's out buying stuff, and I guess the rest of you are getting ready and packing up, I'm gonna go help with like loading stuff onto whatever we're using to.
May I have purchased a pair of mist sphere things?
Yes.
Are you sure you don't want anything?
What?
Are you sure you don't want anything?
Anything?
I need to look through the
You're not
magic
here,
items
like you're
in
Newell. As a
frickin'
player, do
Pathfinder.
you want to buy anything for your character?
Yes.
Right.
I wanted to buy a wand of mage armor and 2 scrolls, one of befuddlement and one of illusionary objects.
Right. I
And
have
then
no
writing
money.
supplies.
but I will give you permission to buy shit with it.
All right, fellas.
I'll find you something.
I'm going to
alright.
go over to the infirmary and just essentially see if I can just get people that are in poor shape a bit more ready for the journey while I'm waiting for the rest of us to congregate together.
I'm not.
All right.
So give me a moment.
Okay.
Cassius is just going to finish up packing stuff and then get ready to leave.
Very brute forced. Why does that look like that? What happened? What did you do to it?
That was the least sure fucking thumbs up I've ever seen.
Techno sorcery.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, they can.
Yep.
Okay,
It works fine.
Well, I won't touch it. That looks mangled. Anyway, hi. So I can answer you now. Could you give me a crafting check?
Well, of course, yeah.
Yeah, for medicine. Since you have the funny, you get to use crafting instead of medicine for medicine
I'm
checks.
just gonna accidentally kill someone. Look at this. Oh fuck. Ah. There we go.
How did we move that
I don't
by
know.
accident?
Oh, well that's good. That is good. That's the 15 plus. That's 27.
27.
No, that's a 28.
What?
Alchemist goggles.
Right. No, that's just for creating potions, I think.
What was this crafting check for?
Healing people.
Yeah.
Oh,
Healing.
sorry. Yes.
27. Yeah.
Wait.
Unless-
If you no, don't forget about it. I thought that because you can use crafting to heal instead of medicine, but that wouldn't. Forget about it. Nothing.
I'll look into that. So the main point is that you. This was less of a check to see how effective the medicine was. It's just like how many people you can reasonably treat, and you pretty much like you automatically begin to categorize like worst to like least injured people, and you just kind of deal with the critical issues first. Since you guys aren't like leaving today, it does take the better part of your day, but you manage to like stabilize a lot of the critically injured, so that as long as they're taken care of, it should prove no difficulty like moving them. You pretty much just stabilize their wounds, make sure that they're not bleeding, instruct the people who are there. So the people here aren't really doctors. It's just more people who figured out, I kind of know how to patch a boo-boo.
It's essentially, I took, because throughout everything that we've done, we've gotten a bit more experience, and we've gotten better at certain things, and now we are at level 4.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that.
And, I'm just weaving it in. And as of such, I picked a new class feat.
Oh.
Namely, Ward Medic.
Ooh.
Spicy.
Which means that I can treat 2 people, like, essentially at the same time.
Yeah.
So I can effectively treat people twice. So I'm just walking around there with like a board, like we're just
Clipboard?
writing. Yeah, clipboard. And with a quill, just essentially, okay, you make sure that you keep these wounds, like these wounds just clean and dry. This one, on the other hand, might need some more moisture. So make sure that it doesn't dry out on the edges here.
Yeah.
This one needs to be kept in like a high position at all times, and you essentially go and just instruct very, very clearly on every single person and leave them with this is how you deal with this person note.
Yeah. So, as you go to help pack things for people, like you just kind of, there's a crate that needs picked up, you just kind of pick and take it to where it needs to go.
That's
you notice?
like guy that can barely carry the crate, I just pick him up and just...
You're like, fuck it.
Oh, I accidentally did the wrong thing.
Oh shit.
I knew that was going to happen eventually.
You okay?
Can you still hear me?
I-
Oh, that was captured on camera.
I think you
too.
can, yeah, I think you can.
We're good.
It was a skill feat, not a class feat.
Oh yeah, skill feat. I thought it was.
I accidentally said the one.
Yeah,
wrong
it's
thing.
fine. Fuck, that scared the shit out of me. So, Yeah, as you're it's like packing things together, you notice that you kind of think to yourself, what's going to move all of this stuff?
It's a fair conundrum. Yeah.
Like, what would move this shit? You've never heard of a horse in game.
Mm-hmm.
So like, what animals would move, or what? How are we gonna move this shit?
If they don't use huge slugs, I'm gonna be disappointed.
Oh, enormous lizards.
You're closer to the truth than you realize. As you get down to where they are packing things onto wagons, the creatures that are pulling these wagons are they're a very sort of squat. What's that?
I was like, I'm just waiting for you to say mushrooms.
It's just big mushrooms in the shape of people dragging things.
Whoa.
All I think of is the mushrooms from Dark Souls 1.
Yeah,
That you deck your shit.
That's exactly what I thought about.
It's just those guys.
I was thinking about the ones from Fantasia.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry.
I would have cackled too. So the creatures that you see down here they're like large. They're lizards of some kind, with shells on their back.
From turtles.
Kind of like a turtle, yeah, but like longer bodied. It's kind of like a mix between a giant gecko and a turtle, pretty much.
Yeah, I was gonna say one of those long dogs, but yeah, the giant gecko would probably have been a better analogy. Yeah,
lizard dog. Is this dog? God. Anyway,
that dog.
Is this a dog?
Oh yeah.
Elden Ring moment. But no, the creature is it's a sort of sturdy shell-backed large gecko, and we're talking like large. This thing's the size of a horse, if not a bit bigger. Most of them don't seem to have tails anymore. Some do, some don't. Some have lost their tails, and it's grown into the sort of stubby
stump.
Yeah, the stump some lizards get, because they've had to abandon their tail in the past. Their things seem to be anchored onto the shell, directly. They seem to have attached stuff to the shell, with by screwing it in and stuff. That doesn't seem to bother as it's a really thick material. It doesn't seem to bother the I'm trying to figure out a name for him.
Gecko.
Little gecko.
Long gecko turtle.
The
Jonks.
Like
the Pokemon.
Jonks.
The Johns?
They're like Jonks. Just a vibe name.
Oh, a wiener turtle.
Never mind. That's the one. Go for it.
Oh, wiener turtle.
Wiener turtle.
Thank you for that one, Diego. Instant naming of the creature. But yeah, those creatures seem to be pulling the wagons.
Okay.
They're very useful because they can kind of climb on any surface, so they're all terrain, baby.
I wouldn't been too used to seeing larger creatures, would I?
No, not at all.
After I put the box down and stuff, can I kind of approach one of them and try to pet it or put my hand on it? Because I'm kind of impressed that it's
strikes you.
It looks at you and just licks an eyeball. That's it. It just licks its own eye, stares at you, just does jack shit.
Lick its eyeball.
Frey licks his own eyeball, looking back at the creature.
Two have never been more in sync. There's a spiritual bond here.
Man, I love dogs. This is great.
This is dog.
I'm basing. So I have a gecko at home, and I'm basing half of its behavior, half of these creatures' behavior on little Newt. And Newt will stare at you for hours. You look at him, he'll just lick his eyeball, or rub his nuts on the glass, and that's it. He does one of the two things. You never know which one it's gonna be.
Both of them please the cloaca.
All right.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah.
But they don't seem to start easy.
I suppose we go to bed afterwards, right?
Yeah.
Ivor, during this time, would probably try to sit down and try to figure out what the fuck happened to him. Like he was out
That was
in a
wild,
trance
yeah.
for several days.
Yeah.
Woke up with blood on his claws.
You
and-
surmise that you definitely surmise that the vision where you were a seed probably took up most of that time.
Yeah.
But time became very weird and convoluted during that period.
Yeah, but can I roll for anything to see how much he understands?
You can roll me a nature check.
You just went to Burning Man for a weekend.
Or
like-
well, I guess nature still applies, yeah. We'll go with nature. I was gonna go spell attack technically.
That's a 17 plus
primal check.
19, so that would be 26.
26.
17 plus 19?
Oh, 9.
Oh, okay.
26.
You know that the first half of that vision was hijacked, definitely. It was likely that whatever creature killed them probably fucked with you too, because you were close enough, and you opened yourself to it.
He's just an asshole.
Oh yeah.
No wonder he doesn't have any friends, dude.
But the worst part is that it felt you didn't feel any malice in it. That's the weirdest part about it. There was no malice. It's just the way that thing works. It didn't want to be cruel to be cruel. It's just its baseline.
Right.
Do the second half of your vision.
Question.
Yeah.
Like baseline as in just like how a predator would need to
Yeah.
sort of do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
murder-
pretty
so,
much.
yeah.
It doobie do what it doobie do.
Exactly.
Yeah, that seems just part of its nature. Kind of like how a cat will toy with with its food.
Fair.
You just didn't feel any bloodlust in it. It was just pure curiosity more than anything, which is creepy. The second half of your vision.
Yeah, it's like essentially how a human would react to like watching like an insect doing something and just like maybe poke at it, not knowing if it causes any harm.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a curious child pulling the legs off of a spider.
Okay, so
No curious child does that. That's
Okay, a
just
fucked up
psychotic.
curious child.
My dad used to do that.
Okay,
twice,
so
yeah.
like, would it seem more
Is
like
your father okay?
an animal being curious, or more like a person being
More like a
curious?
child.
More like a child. Okay.
More like a child being
Like
curious
a-
about something.
person child, not animal child.
Well, kind of, yeah. But the curiosity is very similar in both. Like just trying to learn about.
Yeah,
the world
right.
more.
If you know anything about children, it's that animal child and person child are very close.
Yeah, they're very similar.
Very, very
They're
proximate.
very similar.
Fair, but this more like in what category I would put them, like
Oh, definitely.
So based or cringe.
yeah, basically.
I think you would put them in a third category. They seem more like a force of perverted nature. Like,
You'd put them in a third category, like Sigma.
fuck. Anyway,
Sigma undead.
the other half of your vision, however, was arrested back into control by a third party, and you were connected to, like the seedling sensation you felt before. That is connecting to the primordial circle, because that's at its root what it is. The
Yeah.
seedling, the endless cycle of life. However, these visions tend to usually be cryptic in some form, like usually just shown images and then left to interpret it as you wish, or as you would. However, where you would normally see a large stag guiding you through some kind of forest or path that would help you sort of figure out your pathing, this time an eagle looked you in the eyes before you woke up.
Does he know who that is? Like, is that his buddy's girlfriend or like?
You remember that Kagrad is referred to as the stag,
Yep.
and Ashu is referred to as the eagle.
By Mushi, I think.
Yeah, Mushi mentioned that.
Right.
That is their bonded.
Yeah. So I just got a vision of the anti-pope, which is
And
And
they
he's an eagle. That's pretty racist of you.
covered. They put their wing around you, and
Yeah.
then your to comfort you, and then your vision ended.
yeah.
Then immediately after you were punched by an eagle man.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. That's funny. That's really funny.
The visions for Saul.
Okay, so what would a
That was foreshadowing.
what would a religious zealot think when the leader of a straight up heretical religion's, Pope hugging them.
It's weird for sure.
It's weird.
Alright.
But it felt warm and genuine.
After I finished up at the ward, I'm going to go back to the tavern and just sort of collapse into bed.
Yeah, and I'll probably get in a little while after.
You pretty much
yeah.
did the work of like 2 people in the span of a day, and then more.
There is there's a
Yeah.
thunderous roaring and a shaking of floorboards as Hannigan is also sleeping soundly.
Cassius is going to also head to bed, but slightly before that, he's going to begin construction on his own spellbook.
Okay.
Nice.
Neat.
No
That's pretty
contract
nice,
fighting?
innit?
Let's go. Let's do this.
So
Tell
night-
everybody I'm on.
the night passes kind of slow. Some of you are probably restless. Some of you might be having a difficulty sleeping, except for Hannigan. Hannigan is a corpse. He's dead. Some of you get some rest simply because your bodies are just too tired to keep up, so you eventually fall asleep anyway. And the next day, almost everything seems ready, and a lot of things are packed now. And Amaranth and Maranth go up to you guys and go, well, after you've gotten your breakfast in you, you guys can probably head out ahead of us. We'll set out a few different groups at different intervals, just in case if you run into anything, you'll have backup behind you. And the dwarven allies that you spoke of are going to arrive shortly as well.
I have a question. Do you have any loaves of bread?
Full?
I can send you code through them. But
We do not need your
Another.
bread codes.
Okay.
Why don't
You
you
just
use,
throw
like,
them like
paper or
Don't
10 meters
We've
away
tried.
from you.
We've
The
tried.
fuck is a meter? I only know about feet.
It is ancient druidic knowledge.
Ah, I see. It seems a lot more systematized than what we use. 'Cause my feet are really small and his feet are really big. Anyways,
Are you putting on me?
yeah.
I have
was giving-
talons, you insensitive fuck.
Yeah, and they're
They're
big.
footsies, man. So, how long did you say that you and your sister wife were gonna follow after us?
What? Sorry. My brain just died. I needed to get a solid reboot there.
Immediately starts talking about feet, Tristan's just out there.
I had you see it IRL. I dropped connection. What? Say that again.
How
Sorry.
long behind us will you and your wife be following?
We're not. You know what? Whatever.
They're catching on how to deal with Hannigan.
I suppose we're inseparable in a way.
See, I told you people!
We will probably be about maybe 5 hours behind you at most, depending on when we can get the wiener turtles to move.
I was waiting for you to say that in character, that's good.
The what?
Let's not run too hard on it.
Please repeat it again. I didn't hear the
The wiener turtles. We need to get them
Wiener
moving.
turtles.
The
You're
wiener
sticking on that one.
course.
That's what we call them down here.
You could have gone for anything.
They have a much better name scientifically, but I don't know it. So
Said something random, like
they come
badonkadorks.
from like really far down, and we use them, and you give them food, and they do pretty much whatever.
They
you want.
wean between the tunnels and they're turtles. Weenie turtles. Like, what?
Exactly. Yeah, and they're long like wiener.
Fantastic. Amazing. Yeah, sure, yeah.
Like Amara was sitting there like processing, like, should I really say that? And she committed to it. She's like, man, I have a lot of work to do. I'm just gonna.
Say hello to your wife from me. We'll see each other in about 2 weeks.
I will one day correct that misunderstanding. And then. So the question is, do you guys want Anamdel and Ferret to follow with you guys, or do you want them to be in the group behind you?
Well,
I
Anon
want to have
might-
them with me.
Anon we might want to have in the middle with the rest of them. Because first of all, he's carrying our valuables. And second of all, worst case scenario, something breaks through the lines, he can fight.
What valuables, by the way?
Yeah, what
Her
va-
lab.
I have my
Everything.
Her
valuables.
that
lab,
I
nothing
have.
else. Yeah.
Everything. Oh wait, shit. Am I?
I thought you were the lab.
Well, I am in a sense.
So you need him with you. And I think we need Del for social, for like moral support, and we need Ferret
Yes.
for
think
because he's the fan favorite.
Coming at
No,
from
he's
a
the party favorite.
vastly
Yes.
different angle than I am.
Look here. Fine. Yes.
I think that, much like Frey said, that maybe the alchemical lab would be safer with the rest of the group.
I'm sure, yes. I will not be able to craft anything during our travels, though. But on the other hand, I was not sure if I were able to anyway. DM.
Your daily infusions are slightly different.
Oh yeah,
but,
no. I know that.
yeah.
I'm just like if.
Actually, crafting something would be very hard without the lab. I believe.
Yeah, I'm more thinking, would I even have a chance during the 2 weeks that we're gonna travel?
Could set it up on one of the wiener turtles.
Yeah. I was thinking so, maybe.
A whole wiener turtle for one lab?
Yeah.
Wow.
Wiener
Wow.
turtles are.
Look,
I
can,
will
I
find
can
a better name
share,
for these
like it's
creatures.
fine.
I don't know why. I think I had a name and then I blanked because
I
I'm
wish you'd fucking
really
said
nervous.
that name, Tristan. I really wish
I
had.
wish I
Oh,
did
gee,
too.
Billy, your mom lets you have 2 wiener turtles?
They're like rock dogs. Let's go.
It's, the problem with wiener turtles for me is that like if you feed one too much, they kind of grow too big for its hole.
I mean,
What else
on.
do they live in, huh? The wiener turtles, if not a hole.
On the roof.
A
On
bung.
a roof, yeah.
Tortola
They live in a
ween-
bung.
ween-
A bung hole.
Fantastic. I'm happy we.
You could have
solved
called
that.
them John.
honest to God, they probably are called something more like shell lizards or something like that. Like that's probably how basic.
Lizards, yeah.
Lizards.
It's better than wiener dog, okay? For fuck's
You mean
sake.
wiener turtles?
Wiener turtles are.
Dog's wiener, like Doc's Hunt, but like a gecko, Doc's gecko.
Ducks.
Okay, let's continue forward.
Yeah, sorry.
That's me riding on the bronze
so- actually, you could probably set up a wagon to come with you guys.
do we get our own wiener turtle?
Yes, you would.
Shut up. It's a scientific name.
hate that name so much.
No, it's entirely a local name.
All right.
I think it's pretty
Tortola Vienerus.
That's not their name either.
Tortola Vienners. Yeah, no, I see that. I've heard that too. I'm an academy man.
I'm pretty sure I've read it somewhere.
Geckos Tortola. Anyway.
If we're talking about
really
Latin
need to
names
categorize
very
these.
quickly,
Yeah.
skunk. I don't remember the Latin word for it, but it's one word repeated twice that translates to stink stink.
Yeah. So I mean, just say.
So the Latin name translated
All
to
right,
English.
everyone,
to
do we really need to put
Stink, stink.
these creatures into some sort of categorical box? Can't we just let them live their lives?
We need to know what gender the turtle has.
No, we need to know what gender the robot has. What's your first
I don't know why I found it so funny.
Unit.
I will unit these hands with your balls.
This unit lacks such.
So far. I'm gonna make a crafting check to make a fake pair of balls.
Wait, are you crying?
I don't know why the big stink got me. It just got me.
We just
I
killed
think
Emily.
that's a 21.
You really are fucking
Like,
crying. Sorry.
ugly
Scream in
cry.
your face.
What do you fashion this scrotum out of?
Mushroom.
Oh, you're not actually fucking doing this, are you, Pedro? For fuck's sake.
Yes. Whatever that fucker says this unit, I'm going to punch him in the shroom balls until he learns.
It's a robot.
It is not. It's
It
a
is not
dude.
sentient.
It has legs that makes it a man.
Floats.
What?
No, he's right. Like, out of all of us, I'm the only one without legs. Which you can't
Yes,
see
she has a
obviously
skirt.
right now.
She doesn't
I've
have
never
legs.
thought about that.
Yeah,
that's
see?
so strange.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
weird, like
Ida has a
different-
skirt. The rest of us have legs. That's how that works.
MissedByOne lore just got very complicated.
Yeah, it's why it's also very difficult when
The
it comes to
sound
like.
are kind of
you know,
whack, not gonna
Scotland.
I
lie.
mean,
It fucking was.
Because like, how did you do?
I mean, they technically have no way of knowing.
So we
That's
just
why
can't
the climbing
reproduce in this world. There's no reproducing.
You just have a hole.
Because everything like down the bottom half of all women has just been cut off entirely after the
I
sun
would
shattered.
pay you
Everyone
guys to
knows
shut up.
that
Right, you're right. Just
I don't know, fucking.
stop.
I just realized what I just said. Yeah, let's continue, please.
Oh my god. You craft a pair of immaculate balls. But you have no way of fastening it to the robot.
so far, I will come back in 2 weeks and have one.
Okay.
You're
So,
gonna carry a fucking bus.
I have a bread bag. I'll just put the
the
balls.
travel
You're
itself.
gonna put the mushroom balls in our bread bag?
Yes.
Continuing.
You notice
Thank
that
you.
it takes the better half of like maybe an hour or two to get to the tunnel that leads to the grove.
I know.
Oh no.
This tunnel is very it's like bored out, like people have used earth magic and tools to break down a large tunnel that could probably fit maybe about 4 or 5 of these wagons abreast, like this, through. So it's a very large cavern space, which is probably why it took them so long to clear it out. They wanted to ensure that they could get everyone through it, even if that left it open. But the only way to get to it was going through a tunnel that's only connected straight to the survivor stand.
Yeah.
And it leads straight to this tunnel. There's no branching tunnels, nothing. They've either been sealed off, destroyed, or otherwise.
How long is the tunnel?
To get to
Yeah.
the one that leads further beyond,
Yeah.
that took about 2 hours. So it's a reasonable distance from the town.
Yeah. And how long would it take to go to the grove?
To the grove,
Yeah.
that will take about 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Yeah.
In which you'll have time to do some things along.
Travel montage.
Yeah, pretty much travel montage. I would like to ask though, do we want to set up? I want you guys to set up a a watch order. And did you guys? Oh, sorry. Did you guys bring the 3 or any
The
of the 3
buddies.
with you?
Yes.
Didn't we leave one of them?
Yep.
Whom?
I'm on.
That's true. That guy creeped me out, anyways.
Like, this unit does not have a gender, but this unit is uncomfortable and thankful that it gets to stay in the rear.
It has a preference.
Yeah.
The rear.
Oh god.
Legos! Moving on!
I love how you got so mad you referred to him as his Discord tab. That's when you know you got mad. When you're
Just the gamer version of like your mom saying your full name.
It's like if one of you like did run butt, I would genuinely be like, what it'd be like Tristan Edward Burdick. I'm like, fuck,
Don't dox yourself.
Yeah,
dude, you could take a screenshot of this and put me up, and fucking all of the Swedish websites in the world would be like, here's where this person lives.
True.
I've hidden
really
it
kinda
everywhere,
whack
but
like
there's
that.
several websites that just go like, hey,
Right.
your data's for free.
I'm probably going to take the most uncomfortable, like probably the one straight in the middle, simply because I'm used to all-nighters. I'm used to pulling all-nighters, so like
Yeah.
I can take the easy first shift.
Of course, yeah. Just stay up a little longer. And
Yeah.
then go to bed.
stay
I
up
feel
a
like
little longer
Hannigan
and
would take
sleep
the last shift because he's old, so he wakes up early.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I hate how that checks.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it does.
Old people wake up early.
I'm
they don't need
used to
those
filling in and taking different shifts, so I'll just take whatever's left over.
Same here, really.
Yeah.
So 1, 3, no,
No.
3, 5.
I'm sorry, what does mean?
That's you and Edward not knowing or not stating your
Okay.
For
preference.
ease, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right.
Ooh, it's
There
like
we
a
go.
little pattern.
Fantastic.
I mean, now you made an executive decision towards him. Like,
Yes, I did.
He's the leader. We talked
Oh,
about this.
right.
Yeah, that's why
Can you
we
run
call
that by me
Cassius's
one more time
company.
just so I can order these?
We are not
whatever the
called
hell.
Cassius Company.
Run through it
I-
one more time.
We're not
I
naming
do
this.
like how that sounds.
So it's
One-
Cassius,
Yep.
Frey,
Right.
Ida,
I don't.
Ivor,
Ivor.
and then Hannigan last.
Perfect. so I could set up my things. Ferret will probably join one of Ferret, Anam. Well, Anam's always on watch. He's gonna be like with you guys the entire. No, wait, you guys left behind.
Yeah.
Ferret and Del are the only two with you. Del does not need to sleep,
So he can just.
so he's going to stay with people. So you have two eyes at all time. Ferret is probably going to be
Sleeping.
Oh, can I ask? I assume we'll pass by the entire like convoy of people. Do I see Alloy anywhere?
The guy who. Oh yeah, the guy who. You don't actually.
Okay.
Maybe he was the faceless.
Actually, can you roll me a perception check?
Because I would be keeping an eye out for him.
Yeah.
Was there anyone who trained you? Or
Oh my god! This fucking dies.
Yeah, it was
Do you
his
want to borrow literally any other?
local
That's
daddy.
8. So no.
No.
That's where we got
You
the
already
daddy
knew he
issues
was
joke
pretty
from.
sneaky. You can't spot him in the crowd. There's too many people.
Where's the black one? That's super lucky. That one looks
You're
nice.
a
I'll take that
terrible
one.
policeman.
No, this is quite accurate to.
Yeah, fair, but like, you're a very American policeman.
But the
You just-
second someone from the lower levels gets out of line, I'm like that.
yeah.
Yeah, very American.
American
police.
policing.
Wait, didn't you have yourself trouble finding the black one?
Man, it,
Oh no! It's infecting me, guys! It's infecting me!
it would have been so funny if you, instead of being a bird man, you were a pig man. But like, that's just me. You were like a Japanese orc.
Yeah. Man, watching the entire like dumpster fire that is the United States right now as a European is.
Like
I am not proud of my homeland. It sucks. Don't
it's
move
not
there.
I think we just
better in
lost the
Europe.
entire demographics. No.
We lost another demographic.
Yeah.
Yeah! Add them to the list. Fuck yeah. As long as
We don't need them.
We have ML. Oh no, I can't say that word. Alex, for God's sake.
What?
You
No,
almost
we're
did
fine,
it.
we're fine.
You almost
Everything's
did it.
fine.
We're good. That would have been strike two.
That would have been dangerous, yeah. That would have been real dangerous.
Are you
Can't
gonna say
say that.
Sims?
You can't say that.
We can't see that on the stream.
Anyway, moving on.
Yeah,
So,
right.
We'll edit it in post.
Anam,
Yeah, we'll edit it in
Anam will
post.
stick with the. Did you want him to go with the main group, like the main convoy, or did you want him to stick with the group behind?
The sick and the injured. Because worst case scenario, he can just
Okay.
drop her shit and fight.
Yeah. So
No,
he'll
cannot.
protect the. He'll help protect the people who need it. Then.
Yeah. So I'll be giving him his orders, and I'll give him them like military style, very like to the point.
Yeah. Yeah. He has combat capabilities, so he's fun. He is a 4th level wizard.
No, it's a 10th level? Wow.
No, he's an evocation wizard.
Right.
Mad magic experimentation.
I guess that during the various shifts, I guess that Ferret sort of, if there's anyone that needs a bit more rest for some reason or is extremely exhausted,
Ferret will fill in.
Ferret will just fill in, like,
Yeah.
be flexible.
Pretty much, because he's got pretty good sight, and he usually scouts ahead with Hannigan.
Yeah.
So when you guys begin to travel, the first week is rather uneventful. There isn't really much happening. The tunnels are very empty, and you pretty much have seen the exact same monotonous, mind-numbing environment along the entire way.
Mood.
Just the same shape of rock for miles. You do know that you're going down because you can feel the shift in the slow shift in like pressure, as well as just like how there's a vague like tilt to the ground. It's never straight. It's always slightly slanted. It's like a consistent.
We're in a hyperloop.
Yeah, and it feels horrible to travel because it's the same shit for
Also
a very
because
long
it's a
time.
hyperloop.
Yep.
There is not really much that happens here, other than maybe your experimentations, because you do have time. If you guys
Yeah.
brought with a wagon, you could have set up the lab in the wagon.
Oh yeah. Well, in that case, I will certainly do that because
Yeah.
essentially, I just want to.
That way, you guys don't have to travel on foot
various-
the entire time either.
Yeah, the various
travel
like
on
potions and some. I just want to like check it out.
Yeah.
Essentially.
If there's any, which ones exactly did you want to check out? If you have them on hand.
Oh, let's see. That's in my notebook that I couldn't find.
This is why
Oh yeah, you guys actually write things on computers and stuff.
Actually, I have them here. I took a picture of it. It's a good thing I did, huh?
Yeah, it was the crystalline solution.
Oh, fuck off, Discord.
It was the crystal.
Yeah, there was a potion of crystal shards. There was a stone fist elixir, a shrinking potion.
Yeah, right.
A focus cathartic, which you already figured out what that does. I think
Also,
that was
thieves' tools.
it for potions. Oh yeah, you got thieves' tools, but she was talking about potions.
Oh.
And another bottled lightning, a moderate.
Yeah, I'm essentially just gonna try to deconstruct them.
Okay, you'll have time to do that.
Oh, perfect. You might notice, like, Ida very heavily throws herself into, like, her work. Almost as if she's trying to escape something. I don't know.
The rest of this fucking dumpster fire, yeah.
So it's actually really fun. There are downtime activities are a little bit more what's it called? Like when you're exploring, you can actually do some downtime activities at the same time. You can do skill exploration stuff. Like you can actually bully people while going. You can coerce people. You can cover tracks. You can gather information. You can identify alchemy.
Yeah.
You can learn spells even while traveling.
Yep, that is what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
Do we have enough to because I can subsist. Or maybe that's better for you.
I mean, you guys got food with you that you don't have to worry about too much. There isn't really anything to hunt down here anyway, or forage.
I'm just trying to find something to actually do.
Yeah, that's fair.
Also not sure what to do.
What you guys can do,
Maybe you can level up one of our companions. Like teach Ferret how to wield a stick.
Yes. Because I imagine Ferret still has enough druid powers to be able to woodcraft.
No, he's lost all magic.
Then I'm not going to bring it up. I'm going to teach him the art of robbery.
Actually,
later.
About 6 days in. So you guys have been traveling, and then you would you can't set up camp. You have your watches. Del is there the entire time, like pretty much giving small talk and kind of trying to pep you up a little bit, like, you know, talk about just random stuff and keep a lively mood. Ironically, he's probably the only person who has been through what you guys have been through, because he has already died once. He is a walking skeleton after all. So he's sympathetic. He just doesn't mention it. He's being very
polite,
cordial. However, at about the 5th night in, Ferret will drag Ida with him to stay reasonably close.
Yeah.
I will just know that during I was watch, he will have intensely stared out.
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, that'd be a loan up.
Ferret will bring Ida with him and kind of uses you as like a low-key meat shield and social shield.
How far behind us are the rest of the convoy?
They're about 5 hours behind.
5 hours. Okay.
Yeah. So they're distance-wise, they're pretty far, but like.
But I assume we semi-regularly kind of like check up on them and then.
Yeah,
proceed
there are
again.
the lizards that don't have shells. I will come up with a better name for these creatures. I swear to God, I had it and it's gone.
We have
Fucking
lizards.
Slurtles.
Sounds like a Pokemon.
Slurtle. There we go. There's Slurtles. I hate it. I love it though. That's the most mean naming any ever. So Slurtles. Jesus Christ. Anyway, the ones that don't have shells are very quick, so they can help relay stuff between.
Frey gets to ride when he gets like stars in his eyes.
Yes. The mounted cavalry is here.
Yeah.
Ferret.
Yeah, Ferret. Yeah.
Ferret will sort of. He doesn't say anything to you, but he'll kind of like drag you along, and he seems very apprehensive. And as he goes towards Ivor, And he goes, he'll speak to you first before finally meeting you. He'll go, I need to set the record straight with Ivor before we get to the Grove. So he understands my condition and that I wanted this. And I'm bringing you along to just mediate and confirm or deny things that I say.
All right. You can count me in.
Thank you.
But I will be clutching. I will keep 2, syringes with sedative.
I don't know
Close
how
at hand.
he'll react. He'll then approach Ivor and clear his throat. Ivor.
Ferret.
I need to talk to you about something. You've likely suspected this for a long time and knew in some way or figured it out.
I know what has been done, yes. But I do not yet know why or how, which is the only reason you are still alive at this moment.
That's what I feared.
That's a very terrible start, Ivor. Restrain yourself.
I don't expect you to understand. But I have memories of the time before I was taken by the Circle. I wasn't always a druid, like most of us. I remember the before the ritual, before I became a beastkin. And I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't stand being a weapon, a tool. I had no problems with our vision and our goals. I couldn't be an instrument of it. I'm too weak. I'm too scared. I got left behind because I was weak. I was supposed to die. And I didn't. Ida took me in and patched me up, and I broke. I asked her to fix me. I figured that if I wasn't going to be a druid, I didn't deserve to have that connection. I didn't. But it didn't quite go as planned. It's territory no one's really explored before.
So you chose murder?
That wasn't the intent. That's not what we tried to do. We tried to separate, but it didn't.
It's a hard thing trying to separate entangled souls. I'm sure you can imagine. And if I may point this out as well, the murdering had already been done.
My soul was damaged.
It is not merely damaged. The guts of your very soul is torn open. Your very essence is bleeding into the corpse you possess.
Now, that is not true.
That was kind of intense.
You do realize that he does not have long to live.
Of course he does.
Do you know what he is, what I am, what he was ever, truly?
You are dead, aren't you?
I am not dead. He, part of him, is dead. Or rather, half of him is dead.
When I was left behind, I was hit by a mage. And it cracked. It did something that hurt that half of me. And it was dying. It was in pain. I couldn't do anything. I asked and begged to free it from me. I didn't even care if it took over. It was in so much pain. But then Ida did what she could, and she's not a druid herself, and there was no druids I could turn to without being killed for being what they classified as a terrorist, or go back to the circle and get ripped apart for being weak. I didn't have any options. And now I'm, as you
You're
say...
saying it was a mercy killing?
Pretty much. And as a result, I probably don't have more than a few years on me.
No.
At least you get to die as you.
He just will
Without
not.
the taint.
The what?
Sorry.
I
do not condone the murdering of children.
I am probably...
Even if it is for ulterior means.
We do not die. We are reborn. If we were to die, that...
What part
I am not...
in having a child being eaten alive by an animal to spawn their souls is not murder? In the deepest sense of the word. Do they even have a choice? Did you? Ferret didn't.
There is a choice. It is made. The choice is made by those who guide us. Our soul companions.
I'll not be led anywhere with someone that misguided.
I didn't want to mention it or bring it up or talk about it, but I felt it had to be... I'd at least clear your thoughts on the matter. You can consider me dead already. I don't care. Just let me live with what little I have left.
I want to clear this up. This is happening secluded from the rest of the group, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if nothing else, at least you can direct your murderous intent towards me rather than Ferret.
I don't intend to oppose the circle either. I'm out of that life. And I didn't want to tell you, but unfortunately the side effect of all of this is that I'm probably going to go hollow in a year or two. And there's very little I can do to stop it.
Your protector is gone.
I'll do my best to stop it. Or at least slow it as far as I can.
If we can't, I would then like to make a selfish request from Ivor.
Go ahead.
If I am still within your company, and I begin to go hollow, kill me. So I might die myself. And not as some twisted monstrosity that my other soul tried to protect me from.
You still cling to the concept of yourself when your rebirth ensured that you were always to be more than yourself.
I was never freed from myself, unfortunately. My memories... There's too much to hold on to. I don't expect understanding. I don't expect you to think of me as whole. I don't expect anything. I didn't want uncertainties in the air. I am dying, albeit slowly.
Then I have but one wish if I am to grant your request. Do not make a mockery of your old companion by carrying around in his dead visage. Do not pretend to do not play around with his corpse. You are ferret no longer. Do not pretend to be. Do not take its guise. It is an insult to all that it were to you. It is an insult to all that you were supposed to be to it.
I can see how you would.
Take up a new name even, if that is what is needed to distance yourself, but do not.
Ida's going to like sort of put a gentle squeeze on like his shoulder as in essentially like, do you want me to say anything?
There is a saddened understanding on Ferret's face, but there's also a slight sense of there's a little bit of anger, but not towards, like when you said that, like specifically making a mockery of, Ferret kind of had a moment where
Tensed up.
anger welled up a bit, as if, but then he simply kind of silences or like doesn't act on it, kind of bottles that up, nods and goes, yeah, you're right. Maybe it's for the best for me too. Sorry for taking your time. And he'll kind of just wander off towards the camp.
You are entitled to your opinion. You don't always have to voice it.
You said you wanted to slow down his decay.
Yes.
There is but one method that I know of that could heal the irreparable damage to his soul that you have caused in your ignorance. That is to find him a new companion.
I'm not going to.
The choice should be his.
He doesn't want it.
Perhaps not. But is this the only thing that would guarantee his survival?
Letting your soul be torn up again?
It is not torn up. It is rebirthed, reforged. It is embraced. It is given an eternal friend, a tutor, a companion, protector. It is all the things that...
If you don't stop talking right now, I'm going to surgically remove your tongue when you sleep. Now I have work to do. Good day.
Hannigan is gonna blunder into this by heading to Ferret. Yeah, so he's gonna go like, Ferret, get over here.
Yeah?
Hey, kiddo. You look like you've bitten into a sour apple.
Yeah.
Hey, I made sweet rolls the other day. Take them. Don't show Frey or the others. That's a secret between you and me.
Specifically me and the others. What the fuck?
I love the idea that Hannigan stealth baked something.
Yeah.
Like,
where the fuck did he get a chance to do that?
On the way, it's like, I baked these the other day. They're like still warm and fluffy. It's like, how did you
The real deception is that y'all think I eat the bread in the bread basket.
Like, I feel like it's probably started out with you like, how much can I get away with as I'm sleeping in other people's houses? And then you started using their kitchen and you're like, I wonder if I can actually manage to bake something before I have to get the fuck out of here. And then it just turned into like a casual stress baking.
It's become like a chart of like how long till they notice the smell of baked goods. Versus when they get up and investigate it.
The furthest I gotten in was 8 cookies.
Separate batches. And we're a deep sleeper.
4 chocolate, 4 almond.
So I'm gonna say like,
You know, I noticed down there the ore changes. I think we're hitting a new geodesic layer. We must have descended a few hundred meters. Actually, what is wrong?
We've gone.
You look traumatized. I'd ask you to stop, but that would be rude.
Fantastic.
I confronted Ivor.
Confronted? What?
Yeah.
You guys had a fight?
Not really. He said some truths that I've been hiding from for a while, and
Wait, so you like... You think that he's saying the truth just because he's being honest?
no, it's something else. It's fine, really. I think I'm a lot more shaken up about what happened like a week ago still than I am this. I'll get through it.
Well,
It's
Look.
technically the second time.
kiddo, you gotta remember that that man has not had a real family in his whole entire life. At least whatever life he had during the primordial circle.
No, I know what he is. He didn't retain his memories like I did. He doesn't remember the before.
Uh-huh. What I'm saying is that a lot of the stuff that comes out of his mouth isn't necessarily what he thinks. It's what other people thinks he should think.
I know. That's why I left the grove. The circle. Part of it, at least.
You were a part of the circle?
I used to be a druid in the same circle that he was.
Ah, I just thought you were a weird ferret person. Besides that, you're a good kid. Don't listen to him if he's being mean. And if he keeps on being mean to you, you better come to me. I'll give him a right talking to.
I'll be fine.
Good. Now, I need help finding out what ore this is. The fucking earth magic fucked up the taste, and you probably have better eyes than I do. Come on, let's go.
So, we'll fast forward a little bit more.
Can I do 2 rolls
Yeah.
to learn spells while we're traveling?
Yes, you can.
Can I do one too? I also want to learn spells.
I am going to need, because these are both standard spells, should I do standard DC for them? 15.
15. It would be spell level, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Those DCs are like really low.
1 succeeds and 1 fails.
Okay.
And I'm going to say that illusionary object succeeds, because that's the one I wanted to learn first.
Okay. I think you have to wait a while before you can learn the other one now. I think, unless you have magical shorthand.
No, it's exploration activity, so
because learning a spell has a
There's a duration, but it's not that long actually. Like it's like 4 days.
I know that magical shorthand specifically states that if you fail to learn a spell, you can retry in a week.
Oh, okay. You mean like retrying the one you failed?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. I see.
I will double check that, but that might be true.
Yeah.
If that's the case, I will wait until I can retry again.
I think it's like something to do with like recoil or whatever. I'm not sure how they flavored it, but it would make sense. Like your brain just can't.
I mean, also, if you can't if you don't realize it at that point, you're probably not going to be like, oh, I'm going to get it tomorrow.
If you thought math was hard, imagine arcane formula. That shit bends reality. There ain't no rules. There's no constant. What's the constant of mana to energy conversion? I don't fucking know.
Actually, it's about 1.25 per square angstrom. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And then you just have
25
to
arms
times
as
it by the resistance in the air and on the magical weave.
Yeah, exactly. It's super easy, man. What do you mean?
Yeah.
I would actually love to see someone break down full
Yeah, that's what we do. The resistance of the magical weave.
Yeah, there you get the focus and
that's a constant. If it's air. Under.
No. It's not constant because it depends on where in the world you are, and the magic weave is stronger and weaker in different places.
True, yeah, I suppose.
Then
it's constant per region.
In my world, I just solved it with
Yeah.
having ley lines, and it's essentially placing a magnets in a electrical close to an electrical current, and then you can just see how the magnetic field works.
I've heard this theory where all of the universe is like a bubble bath, and some bubbles are magical and some are not. And we're in a magical bubble.
Oh, well.
That's why I don't carry needles around.
All a simulation. Anyway, you guys travel some more. The tunnel begins to change. Finally. It's been a fucking week.
I know. I've been licking the walls.
Yeah. And it's tasted relatively
It's the
like
trail
you
of
have
saliva
gone
the
down
entire one.
layers. So like the stone itself has changed a little bit, but it's such a gradual shift because it's sediment that it looks the same the entire travel time. However, the visuals of the cave or of the tunnel begin to change as you get closer to the grove. There are pockets of this tunnel that seem to have like they bored through a cavern. And then, damn, that room is good at soundproofing. There's a cavern that bored through part of a cave. And in that cave is like miniature groves that seem to have been planted. They aren't tended to by anyone. So it's not like a druidic grove, but more of an oasis way station type thing. Where there's clean water being filtered through the ground in a pool, and then it flows off through like a small channel that goes into the stone again, so it filters itself. So there's very clear water.
Right, can I make a nature check to see how the wildlife is vibing with this?
Yeah,
Yep.
there are some creatures here.
Nice.
That's
like
a
fruits and mushrooms growing here.
that's a 11 in nature, which I assume fails.
Yeah.
Right. In that case, I will use good old cognitive crossover to roll again.
Are you vibe checking the grove?
Yeah, the growth and how
Yeah.
are they feeling about being growth in this case, basically.
Yeah.
That's a natural 20, baby. Let's go!
20 on the vibe.
Using
check down
the
there.
cave lore as a cognitive crossover, so it should be just the same nature effect.
Connecting to like on a sort of like a speak with plants almost type thing.
But not quite, because I'm
but
not actually speaking.
Quite, because you're not speaking with
Hey, yo,
plants.
homie, how is it hanging?
The vibes are immaculate. No, the plants are thankful.
Sorry.
They have ample
word.
water, good nutrition in the soil, and there's a small. It's a very small ecosystem cycle going on here, where there's like it's a very specific cycle of predators and like insects and stuff like that. Some frogs and whatnot. Creatures that live
Actually,
in
creatures
here.
down here.
Yeah, there
I'm
are.
not seeing creatures in the wild.
Most of them get eaten in the tunnels, like the upper tunnels betwixt. So there's
Yeah.
very little wildlife living.
So me bringing invasive American bullfrogs is a bad idea?
Yes, especially if you bring millions of tadpoles.
Right. Does it seem like these were...
These were manufactured.
manufactured, yeah.
Probably by a druid.
Yeah.
Because although it's manufactured, it 100% keeps like the ecosystem. Like it was created to be a small ecosystem.
Yeah.
A self-sustaining little pocket of life.
Yeah.
Is that acceptable to you?
Yeah. Tending to nature, allowing it to thrive.
What about the big tree? You hate big tree.
Well, the big
That
tree
because
is,
it is literally a fundamental part of keeping Adrenaline going. It
I
is.
smell a little bit of hypocrisy. I don't know.
that
man.
and it's kind of hollowed out to some degree. It's more like they're termites living in a giant tree.
I have a question.
Like the
As
tree
I-
itself is not bad, but it's the fact that it is literally one of the 5 pillars of
agree.
Adrenaline and is tied to the survival
That's
of
fair.
the society.
That's fair.
Well,
I'm gonna shoot you.
as I come from the scaffolding,
Yeah.
there is at the very bottom of the Spiritus like tower.
Yeah.
There is just a field.
Yeah. It's called the fields.
Yeah.
It's pretty much just like farmland that stretches
Are there any
between the roots.
Are there any creatures there, like critters?
Yes, actually, there are. There's a
So
lot of
it's
small
not entirely
critters.
unfamiliar to me. Like
No.
I've sort of missed this as well. It's,
The only sort of creatures you get up top, and you only really see them in Miedia and Sedicio, are rats, pretty much, because rats are like inevitable.
They're fucking delicious.
Funnily enough, there's also a invasive species of magically created crabs that just kind of live in Hydronidos by a failed experiment, and they've just kind of flooded a good part of the city, and they can't get fucking rid of them because they keep reproducing.
Are
They
you
made
sure
a
it's
huge
that
mistake.
different species of animals becoming similar crabs? And that's why, like, when
Evolution becomes
they're like,
crab.
I was going to talk about that, but I was like, nah, it's too off topic.
No. That's why they're frogs. Why they're crabs. They just made crabs. They were like, let's make an artificial magical being, and they made crabs. And now it's an infestation they can't get rid of.
No, the tree has crabs. So wait, are there venereal crabs or rats down here?
Down here?
Yeah.
Not rats. You haven't really met a whole lot of rats. Actually, no, you have in Survivor Stat. I forgot.
Yeah.
That's where you got Rathu.
Yeah, I crafted my familiar out of a rat skeleton.
Yeah.
Where humans go, rats will always just spontaneously learn to exist.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I
they just spawn.
fucking butchered that word so badly.
Like, instantly when you get something close to a city biome, rats spawn.
Yeah.
Yep.
On every
They
square
spawn,
that you haven't placed.
They spawn in
Tiles?
level 5 darkness or darker in any city biome.
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Below a certain Y level as well, but I can't fully remember what it was.
Wylam?
Don't worry
But
about
you
it.
have
Why
to
not?
have a specific amount of pops in that city or settlement
Yeah.
for it to actually count.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
But if there's
it's,
trade routes between certain settlements, they can spread also. Even
You
though
guys
it
are
would
speaking
naturally.
enchanting table. What I'm trying to getting at here is I make a mad rat stew.
I
Hannigan
would like
makes
to
it-
know, just for the viewers, the booth that Alfred and Dago in is super soundproof because we can only hear ourselves when they open the door, and we just heard him laugh through it. So that's when we know the jokes hit well.
So Hannigan makes a
test audience.
mad rat stew with vegetables. Are there any huntable rats down here?
I have one question for you.
He's barely a rat anymore.
Sure. You might find rats, but vegetables
Yeah.
that are not mushrooms.
Fungi?
He's never learned to cook with vegetables.
No, but the druids make vegetables and then I steal them. I don't ask where they come from.
You're more likely to find roots down here, actually. Just roots. From, what are they
Roots
called?
are vegetables.
Well, yeah.
Potatoes.
Not that type of roots. Like, I'm
Onions?
talking about actual roots.
No, he was in...
They're called root stubbles. It's like a
Yeah,
cool new
like
thing.
mushrooms is the shit that will grow naturally, but with a druid nearby, they could just make regular.
Mushrooms
That's what
are
they
also
do in
vegetables.
the
They're
fields.
just like
spiritus, yeah. They kind of grow whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah.
like mushrooms are like the pork of vegetables.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. So, anyways,
You're insulting pork there. Pork is fantastic.
pork is like the
mushrooms
mushrooms of meat. Come on.
hate that I
I so disagree with
I'm
you.
sorry, I'm completely fucking lost.
What I'm getting at is, can I hunt some rats
Okay,
as a
Can
downtime
Hannigan hunt
activity?
rats?
Yes. Fucking
Yes! Nice cam, let's go.
Oh, before you go, hold on. When could you say
No,
me
you
some
cannot
spare-
keep their corpses.
Well, I need some spare parts for rat.
No, you cannot keep their
I
corpses.
will get a tail, 3 ribs, and 1 paw per gold. Let's go.
Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry, you need spare parts for Matthew.
He keeps falling apart, haven't
He's
you?
not falling apart, but on the other hand, aren't we all? But
He's dropping ribs everywhere. What are you talking about?
okay, look at that.
Del-
That's not ribs.
putting one of his ribs back in place, just kind of like pauses, like.
Look, I just need to reinforce it.
24.
Yeah, that's a success. You hunt some rats.
You
You have
guys,
hella rats, bro. Yeah.
someone in the
Rathy
middle of the night,
watches.
wakes up because of a bad dream, and it's like, is that stew brewing? And then it's like just in a hidden cove is Hannigan with a big bowl of goulash, being like, ha. Get out!
I would like to imagine that Rathu is like chilling there, watching everything.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Unbelievable.
giving Rathu spare parts.
He's eating the shit out of it. He don't care. It like goes in, just dissolves.
I like open a spine and dribble some spine marrow into him. Here you go, little buddy. We're having bonding time.
I'm so glad that you're finally taking to him.
Adorable.
It tries to do the rat clean thing, but it just ends up like pulling
Undulating.
ooze off the face onto the hands, which then slowly comes back to reform a rat-like face.
I can't believe you're looking at that just like, oh, it's so cute. When it's like
actual abomination of
fucking
nature.
terrifying thing for the rat. It's like, I can't
Okay,
get it off.
to be fair, compared to a lot of the shit you've seen, Rathu is like
The worst.
I'm entirely renewal of this.
Hey,
Because we made that.
we are.
I'm responsible for
I was
this.
contemplating giving him some, perhaps like blood vessels, but I think we have willing donor here.
Cass, I just imagine the stress symbol from Darkest Dungeon above Cassius's head. Every time he sees Rathiu or Ida speaks about Rathiu, it's just like, run.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, that's so good.
So yeah,
Rathiu phobia, trait unlocked.
I don't know if they have it in this video game yet. It used to be a thing in Pathfinder 1. Do we get any nice little bonuses for me making big rat stew for 24? With vegetables.
I hunted the vegetables myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were pigs.
I'll say a +1 status bonus to skill checks.
You guys are welcome. Write that down.
Stomachs are full of warm food that
Circumstance
isn't
or like
status.
Divine bonus.
At some point when we're like switching out who's keeping watch,
Yeah.
can I just kind of like pull Cassius to the side and be like, how are you holding up, Cassius?
a bit better, I will say. I'm just trying not to think about what could possibly happen.
Well, listen, Cassius. I'm gonna be honest with you. Power and might will only get you so far. It's knowledge and your experience that really comes in useful. And I remember a certain young boy that I used to see in the library all day, hiding from his mother, no doubt. But I still believe that you make up quite a lot in both categories.
Thank you.
We'll get through this, buddy. Don't worry. He like pats him and takes over the garden.
Bonding.
I love how we like have like bonding time between Hannigan and like Ferret, and then we have bonding time between Cassius and Frey, and then we have like completely like all rep ruined between Ida and Ivor. It's just nothing there anymore.
Repo isn't really ruined from Ivor's perspective. It's just a bit shaky, but
I think most of the blame actually still sits on Ferret's feet in Ivor's eyes because
he could have just died.
Like why didn't you just die? That would have been better than what you did.
Yeah.
And in Ferret's eye,
I kind of forgot that you are actually a religious zealot. So when that started, like,
How did you forget that?
like, listen, in my head, I'm like, oh yeah, he's religious. He's like, he has his philosophy, and it happens to be like problematic to some point. But I have argued with him about things, but those have been like slightly civil. And here he goes like, you better have died.
You are an abomination.
You know what this feels like?
he
This feels
literally
like
killed the most sacred thing in Ivor's entire worldview.
Yeah.
Like,
the funniest thing about the way you describe that reminds me of when you realize that one of your close friends is actually like really hardcore right wing, and then they let something slip one day because you're like, oh, I can tolerate him for now, like he's okay, and then he lets something slip, like, man, those people should have, and you're like,
Banned.
bruh, what? Anyway, moving on. We don't have that much time left. So,
by the way, never mind. You can wait for that.
okay. The as said, the cavern begins to shift a bit in terms of like scenery. You come across these little like oasis pockets, quite frequent. Like every few hours or so of travel, you see another one. However, the further you go, the like more overgrown and more like the more nature has reclaimed of the mined out tunnels that these oases begin to like grow out of. So at some point you're like rolling over like a mossy like bed with the carriage.
I suppose it would kind of remind Ivor a bit of the dens.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Is it drinkable?
It's very the waters. Yeah.
From the moss, I mean. Good moss should be like drinkable.
Yeah, because it's in a very decent,
wholesome place.
Yeah.
Is
So
there
you would
other
be able to
minerals
do
in the
that.
moss too?
No, but the nutrients carry over. As long as you don't eat the little, the earthy bits, it's really good.
Sorry, I just saw you licking it and...
He's been licking walls all
everything.
the way
I
here.
figured out it was some form of similar purpose.
Well, this is the Animusidea, species. You can tell by the taste. It's got clean water in it. Just don't eat the earth.
Interesting.
I'm gonna cut out like a perfect square with my scalpel and plop it into like a vial.
The moss is wholesome. It should be fine.
So true, bestie.
I mean,
I imagine me and Cassius just kind of look at each other for a second and then look back and like,
Keep walking.
yeah, just keep walking.
Outdoor barbarians.
Yeah, fucking.
Imagine living in the
By the
sun.
way, Cassius,
Yes.
how goes the contract you mentioned?
Oh, that contract, yeah.
Giving it more thought?
We can figure something out later.
I'm actually gonna hand you a piece of bread with my signature on it. It's like,
You can put this on there if you want. It's a stamp.
That's not how things work.
That's how it works for me. It's called a calling card. It's like a signature, but better.
I have to know where you just put that. you just pocket that. Like, where did that go?
I need it for. What if I need a throwing star?
I imagine it's like one of those small
Like a
little
brick.
bombs. Yeah.
Yeah.
We are getting closer to those who claim the title of Maid Circle. I'm sure you are aware that we druids are picky with our secrets.
Unless you're mushroom.
Nah, we would have no way of knowing.
Yeah, you keep talking about the matter all the time. You're absolutely not very defensive about your past.
Yeah.
I mean,
Or, is that in character or is it?
It's a
okay,
hard thing
It's more out
to
of
talk
character.
about because in everyone's everyone here is aware of Ivor's circle, and you guys just know them as terrorists.
Yeah, and in this case, I'm also referring to druids in general, like even the Omatorum.
Yeah. Most like
Even the
nearly
wrong
all
ones.
druids. Nearly all druids are very like, for example, they don't teach druid speak to anyone. They keep a lot of their sort of class secrets behind bars, whereas like bards, for example, will flaunt that shit. They're like, yeah, look what I can do. I made a pact with this weird otherworldly creature and it lets me do sick magic.
The thing is, I do this all the time of like sharing my class secrets, but none of you believe me.
No.
I cast approximate. How many testicles?
4.
If you get anything more than 2, you're like,
If you get
should get that
anything
checked
but
out.
2,
yeah. No, I mean, you could be missing one. That's fine. You know, whatever.
Actually, I'm gonna cast approximate on nipples on this guy. I want to know if they lactate.
0.
Huh.
Oh, I guess.
Actually, for you, it's just me.
Mans, maybe.
It's like I'm pointing at you.
Horrific realization.
Then I realize, huh, and then I keep walking.
No context.
Okay. Does Hannigan point at any of you at like random points now and then and like chuckle?
No, not really.
Well, it has happened actually, yeah. Now that I think about it.
Approximate how
I
many
think it's
inches that.
I think his exact expression was, "Oh God," and then he left.
I just whacked my mic. I'm sorry.
I wonder what he's doing.
Me too, yeah.
I'm actually making a beeline for this guy and saying,
Do birds have nipples?
What?
I have just a question.
Generally, no.
Ah, okay. That explains a lot.
I see Frey in the background. Like, plucking
yeah,
at his
no, that
fluid,
checks out.
like-
No, now, Cassius. What were we saying?
Fluff up.
Right. We are generally picky with our secrets, you are aware.
I know.
Hit the microphone. There
I did
is
that a moment ago too. I just smacked it.
likely to be confrontations once we arrive, and I would
Speaking
appreciate
finally
if we
silenced
could
the
clear
word.
things up of that nature before.
What sort of things did you want to be cleared up specifically?
Well, you said you wanted a contract before you were comfortable calling us back, so to speak.
Yes, if you want to call it that, yes. It makes anytime I do dislike contracts to some extent due to their binding nature and the finality of any contract drawn up. But they are quite often they are a mark that tells you exactly what you are doing and exactly it's hard to describe.
It is a promise that does not have to be relied on words.
Yes.
Fair enough.
I will write something up.
Good. Good.
Hopefully everyone can sign it.
Good. Good.
Ivor is still continues being a bit awkward on how to continue the conversation, and then just nods and then leaves.
But you guys are walking in the same direction.
Yeah. Well, then just continues walking without.
We just slowly.
Yes. Until you go into the wall.
Ivor is a fighter, not a talker.
I was gonna say I've like slapped the alpha out of you when I punched you. Like everything you say now, and everyone you talk to is just like
Sorry, guys.
Ivor is.
I'm a beta.
This whole session, Ivor has been as his most vulnerable in his entire life, basically.
I will say, from Ivor's perspective, he is literally like he's going. How do I even?
He is showing his neck to everyone right now.
No, not. It's also like he's also heading towards like the main base of his like of an order that apparently broke free of his own and could possibly be their antithesis or whatever. So he has no idea what to expect, and he sat there like,
yeah,
all my friends are toxic.
It's like he really went from like a Desuyo to a Desna character like real quick.
I hate that I understood that.
See?
So, the last neck of your travel, the tunnel begins to even out. It no longer slants, and it begins to open up. More natural pieces begin, like parts that they didn't have to chip away or whatever. Until the ground goes from being mostly stone to dirt. Barren at first, but you begin to see plants as you travel through.
Oh, look. That's delightful.
The hell are these?
It's definitely a welcome change from rocky walls, that's for sure.
Why the fuck is that mushroom green?
Exactly, yeah. Some of these... No, they're not... No, they would be green. There's a reason for that. I'll explain it later. They're green, but they have like...
They're not chlorophyll green.
They have like bluish veins in them. Like, you know when you see like the veins of plants, like when you look at them, those are filled with like a slightly iridescent blue. And as you pass through, eventually on the last day you wake up and there's like a fog in the air, a heavy sort of mist that has settled as you go through, and it kind of hides the fact that when you look up you no longer see stone after a bit of traveling. In fact, you don't see much of anything upwards until eventually the mist thins out at around afternoonish, and you can see a vast array sparkling stars on a far ceiling in darkness. A sort of twinkling blues, reds.
I am one of the few that's actually seen the night sky after I touched the first obelisk.
Yeah.
After I burned my hands off first time.
Yeah.
That you have a track record, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, are they actually constellations? Or is this something else that just vaguely resembles stars?
It's more that it looks like the night sky does. It isn't a copy of it.
Is it like the cavern we saw when we
Yes.
killed Sausage Woman? We went further in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very much so. It's
Is it exact same or is it difference?
it's a little bit different in the sense that it's larger and there's more to it. Like there's more colors, there's more.
So before it was
shapes.
crystals, right?
Yeah,
Can I look? Are any of them moving?
some of them are actually. Yeah. There are like occasionally like a cluster will like start moving across the ceiling, likely some creature that glows maybe. It's very hard to actually make out anything what the glowing is on because that light just doesn't reach this far. It gets absorbed by other things and shit, so it's hard to make it out. The ground itself, like you see plants more and more often until eventually you are on you find yourselves on you've basically been on a dirt path that is surrounded by a plain of grass and various wild plants and flowers, and as you travel through and the fog finally fades entirely, you see that you've finally entered a point where there are looming trees covered in bioluminescent mushrooms, and various moss that seems to have almost like a crystalline dew forming on it, with that same iridescent blue tint to it, but it's still transparent like water. And it's temperate in here, in this area. It feels the air is fresh. It's the cleanest air any of you have likely breathed, even you in the dens, because there's just not that much wildlife there. It still has to contend with the abyssal corrupted sands above.
Okay.
But the very air you breathe is clean.
Ivor kind of just holds his hands out and just basks in it as we walk. And just take deep breaths and just seems almost in a trance, even though it's not a magical, but just earthly trance.
And you find yourselves in a forest. Slowly. The trees grow more numerous and numerous, and it is quite honestly beautiful to behold. It's alien and weird.
Hannigan is gonna make a nature. Okay, Hannigan has never seen these.
No.
The closest thing he has seen is the big tree. So he's gonna just try to make the connection between the big tree and these trees.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's gonna think that these are okay. That's an 11.
Total?
Yes.
Okay.
12, I think.
I mean, I wouldn't say that you would require a check to think that the Elementorum and these are related somehow, because the Elementorum is just a gigantic tree. Wood is wood. So seeing these trees makes you think of the Elementorum, but these are very small. These are tiny in comparison. I mean, they're huge compared to you, but they're still tiny compared to the Elementorum. The Elementorum doesn't really grow more trees on the Elementorum, so seeing any separate lone trees is not something you see very often, if at all.
I'm gonna roll to see if I see Hannigan being confused.
But what's more strange about this place is the fact that this place is relatively well lit by the vast amount of like luminescent flora here.
Yeah. He's holding up a luminescent mushroom.
Yeah, there's a lot of
flora.
glowy things here, and they're fairly saturated with this sort of this. Again, it's present in all of these plants. This sort of vaguely iridescent, bluish tint to any liquid.
Nature magic, man.
Yes.
What is that blue stuff making the mushrooms look weird?
It is some sort of bioluminescent growth.
Huh.
This whole area is a
But the thing,
simulacrum of the world that was
the thing that
when it was
really
alive.
kind of fucks you guys up a bit is how vast this space is. You can't see the far wall.
Yeah.
It's too far. You can't see any details on the vaulted ceilings or on the roof of this place other than the twinkling of whatever light manages to travel that far down here without getting absorbed into anything.
I suppose we see like the wall behind us where it came from.
You see where you came from, but even that, like when you look back at that wall, you just see a massive hole, and then the walls of this cavern continue until you can't see that ends anymore. It's massive in scale. As you travel for the better part of an entire day, and you make it to the other side of this forest area, to a more plainsy area again, where the ground begins to look more natural. There's hills, there's sort of boulders, there's ponds, and isn't really. Actually, no, because you guys aren't passing that yet. But you can kind of vaguely see in the distance that there's a large body of water over.
Just like the old stories.
And there are a lot of animals you've never seen before roaming around. They're all slightly weird in the sense that a lot of them have bioluminescent traits. Again, that seems to be some common denominator in this place, is that everything seems to be touched by this bluish tint.
In all of
In
my
some.
readings, is there anything that I can identify? Is there anything I've ever come across?
You've only seen like old anatomy, like really old anatomy scripts
Yeah.
of like deer before. Some druids can still transform into such creatures, so sometimes you'll see them, but it's still a rare treat.
Do I recognize any of these animals from stories?
Most of them, yeah.
Yeah, most of them, yeah.
Not only from stories, but like you've seen people turn into these before.
Fair.
Although your memories are a bit muddled on a lot of the details of some of these creatures, like what they do, what their habitats are, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
You recognize a lot of these animals.
If we ever see like something similar to a deer or like anything with 4 legs, Hannigan will go like, "Look at that dog, big ass fucking dog.
That's a weird dog.
It's a weird dog." Points at it.
That is not a dog.
I like how that
That's a free
inadvertently
animal.
makes it canon that there's dogs.
Okay,
in Canada.
that is a weird wolf.
I suppose.
Closer, but
I point at a salamander.
It's a weird slizzard.
There are dogs, wolves, and scissors in this world.
The 3 genders, pick one. This is directed directly at Annam. I'm thinking.
This unit does not. I'm gonna end up fucking flinging this into space.
I thought you were gonna roll for whether Annam was a slizard.
What
wolf or a
gender
dog.
is Anam today? Me every morning. So yeah, this space is. The air has never been more crisp. It's kind of cold to breathe, and it's the equivalence of drinking like really. It's like the air like fuck.
After brushing your teeth when you breathe in?
Kind of, or like when you drink like if you're used to drinking like tap water and then you drink like real good purified spring water or some shit like that, and you're like, oh, this is different day and night. That's the kind of feeling it has, where it's just like, this is some crisp fucking air. The air on top is not very great.
So there's like breathes in deeply and you go, oh, I start to understand why doctors in the old times used to just recommend a trip to the seaside.
Ada breathes in once and the grey lines under her eyes start disappearing.
By millimeters.
This is non canon. Guys, let's sell some air.
Bottle, just take a bag of holding.
I love Cassius all the way here, like
Bag
shell shocked, like, yeah, I'm okay. All right. And here's the opportunity to make a buck, and he goes,
I'm back in the game.
That's the thing we end on. It's just Cassius going, boys, let's sell some air.
It turns into the plot of the Lorax.
Yeah.
I speak for the trees, and for some reason they're speaking Elvish.
I speak for the trees.
I literally do. I've taken up on the duty of speaking for them.
Frame moment.
So yeah, this is...
Is there any settlements around? Anything that seems like, artificial, in not the sense of artificial druidism?
I was actually going to ask him that. Because I recognize that we won't probably find cities here. So is it okay if I phrase the question to Ivor?
Of course.
I'm going to say, buddy. Oh, buddy.
Yes?
We're gonna find your, I'm not gonna say friends, because you'll disagree with me, but your buddies. The other druids.
Those who claim the title, yes.
They don't live in houses and stuff, right? So we won't find them up here.
No.
Can you use your, big snoofer there to, sniff out some dens, and maybe we can go talk to that, Ashu woman you like so much? To be
Ivor just sighs and...
There we go.
You're definitely way too far away to smell.
Yeah.
However, it doesn't take long before you guys round a corner with the carriage.
And you see a McDonald's.
By the way, the slizzard, or whatever the fuck we want to call them right now, has been like, every now and then it'll stop, stare at a small lizard going past, lick its eyeball. The other lizard would lick its eyeball.
There's no chain reaction. No,
In the
and then he just moves.
In the subtitles you see, hello brother.
Hello, brother.
Be on your good way.
Explain your smallness.
I only want to have a conversation with you.
Why
These
are you
people
running?
weird.
But he seems rather chill. Like this creature's been on this track more than once.
Didn't know lizards were cool like that.
Once you guys actually have to like go up a hill a bit, and once you top this hill, and that's where we're probably going to end off for today, you see a sight that tells you where the druids probably are.
It's a fucking McDonald's, I'm telling you.
There is a sort of there's a very large, like incredibly large stone that seems to be like a kind of like a boulder, but it is massive. And on top of this boulder, like with roots going around it and then into the ground, are again massive, because this thing's really far away, but it looks humongous, is a tree. Until you realize that's not a tree. That's a giant fucking mushroom. Like a huge mushroom.
No, for Hannigan, all of these are mushrooms, so he's just like, big mushroom.
I was just going to ask if it was a giant mushroom.
Yeah, it is. It is actually a giant mushroom. But this mushroom is different than, it's not just like the typical like brown cap mushroom that you tend to see. I don't actually know their name. Champion or whatever. It shares more in common with the tree simply because of how it's like branched out. Like this thing has branches that then touch the ceiling and like grab onto it. Ooh. And then from there's like a mycelium web almost that goes across the
There was a stone
ceiling.
as well, you said?
Yeah, and it's on a stone, a very large stone.
Oh, so
and
it's a stone and then mushroom on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
And then roots, or kind of like mushrooms, grown over the stone and then hit the ground, and then there's more mycelium and then plants.
I will warn you that if you don't retcon Mr. Mushi to be in this grove, I will personally attack you physically.
No, he's everywhere. Everywhere the mushrooms are, he is.
He's
Exactly.
all mushrooms. He's omnipresent. I don't know what you're talking about.
I want him as an NPC. I want him as a tag along.
He's not ever gonna.
We can have like one of those like Den Den Mushi from One Piece. Bere 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 bere. Hello.
Oh my
I hate this.
I mean, he is basically a demigod. Really.
Yeah, pretty much. The closest thing.
The closest thing that we
to a
can get
demigod
to
right
it.
I love the idea of you have a little, like we're in a bit of a bad spot. You bring out a little mushroom and you go, "Send help, little fella," and just on the.
And then out of it comes like, hello.
Just a fucking dude like gets up out of it and is like, "You shouldn't hurt my friends."
Be gone.
What's this?
Power word kill. Yo.
Be gone. And then like 3 people just suddenly sprout mushrooms and just get devoured by mushrooms. They're like, "That's why you don't fuck with the food chain.
You're on the naughty list. Ho ho ho.
Mushrooms are an inevitability. Everything returns to the truth."
I'm leaving.
Anyway.
And on like essentially on the note that mushrooms are the apex predators, we're just gonna
The inevitable predators of the
Happy
world.
holidays to all you back home.
We'll see you guys after the holidays, hopefully.
Yeah.
We'll have a slightly different setup then. Thank you.
I just froze.